Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We are back in our republic, trying to build out Sovskoy. And I've been thinking a bit after watching Project 7's stream that maybe I should go back to the classic style of heating in Siberia, which I've used on the Siberia chill stream run, which was a lot of smaller heat exchangers, rather than the large heat exchanger covering everything and then supporting it by small heating plants. So I think this area will need a rework. We do have 4 connections here, so in theory we could run up to 4 small heat exchangers, or we could run a large one and 3 small ones. Should be possible. Maybe the small ones could take care of being the area for the small heating plants. Maybe we can get rid of the whole idea of small heating plants in the city. I think we're going to test that in Bugodonsk first, although that's a little bit dangerous. But that's what we're going to do today. Trying to grow Sovskoy to a level where we have enough workers in the city to run our food production and distillery at an acceptable rate for domestic food production, which seems to be going alright. Definitely needs a lot more workers. And rework the heating. Hello Simon, Tumahai, Thorgrim, welcome. I will rework the heating in this area because here we have 3 connections and 3 small heating plants, namely this one, the one next to the medical university, and one on the southern side. And we'll try and phase these out. See if that is manageable. Some things might have to be reworked for that, but shouldn't be too bad. The large heat exchanger can stay. It's the core of the settlement, I think. It is at pretty good heating capacity, taking care of a lot of things, but it will need help by other heat exchangers. I still wonder if it's possible to just run large heat exchangers and balance your heating out that way. Just the most heating capacity, and it should even out the heating between everything. I really shouldn't be messing with my main city that is producing most of the money for my republic with this. Maybe the testing has to be done by Sovskoy. I'm changing my mind. We're going to go large heat exchangers, and we will use that over the capacity of the heating plant and see how it reacts. So we will be running 4 large heat exchangers, I think, and see how the game handles that. It might backfire, but we will have the small heating plants to act as a buffer in case it completely overloads, because we will be trying to run 1,200 cubic meters of hot water through a 700 cubic meters heating plant. That sounds really terrible. But they should all be underutilized. But the idea is that a large heat exchanger would give us a lot of buffer. But also a large heat exchanger increases the amount of water susceptible to the cold. So if I just build 1,400 cubic meters or 500 cubic meters of water facing the cold of Siberia, then I think the heating plant's not going to be able to handle that. I think we have to stick with the small heat exchangers. That would be 4 connections. Heating plant is 700 cubic meters. We could think about splitting one up into 3. So we would have 600 and 100 buffer. Still being sick, I feel a lot better. I feel so much better now. I was really unsure yesterday, but I feel very good right now. Thank you. Anti-block is finished. Yesterday morning, yes. We finished. I finished them. I think on Project 7 stream it looked like he was having a heat exchanger every 250 meters, 200 meters maybe? So if I plan with that, I might be alright. Having a heat exchanger for this housing block. Maybe one, maybe over here for this block. I really have to be a little bit more careful with the distances. But I think we'll try and make that work. Let's see if this could work. Alright. Hello, Think Like. Welcome. I was thinking maybe you could ask the devs for a stone-based cement building for about 300 tons might help. I posted that in Project 7's chat that I already did that. I already asked for that, so that should be coming. Cement and or dry bulk. We'll hopefully make it. Let's replace this road. Heat pumping station for this, I guess, small heat exchanger, another small heat exchanger, and a third one. What a coincidence. Yeah, it's exactly the same value. Are you in secret in, like, Project 7's chat, or are you actually part of the development team and now making fun of me? I do not know, but it's hilarious that you wrote exactly my text. Well, I wrote brick-based instead of stone-based, so... But the rest is pretty much identical. I guess great minds think alike. That's why you're called Think Like, right? Probably. Okay, let's do the road upgrade here real quick. Google Translate lagging me down. I mean, yes, great minds and all that. Ah, okay. Right. I see. Very good. Another small heat exchanger at the area for the small heating plant here. Maybe letting the coal run out and putting the small heat exchanger right here. Alternatively in that place, but that might be too far for this small house. This one would be ideal. And then based on that, we could have another small heat exchanger here, because the side could also have more housing. Maybe move the kindergarten and put the small heat exchanger in here. Well, that would be too close to this one. I don't know if this would work for that small house. Might be too far. But if the heating plant goes away, then all of this becomes a location for residential development. So... Yeah, I guess where the coal storage is right now. No more distribution of coal to it. Once it's empty, we have to switch the route to pick up coal from the other coal storage back here. And then phase out the coal storage location and make this an area for a small heat exchanger. The heat pumping station, if we have a heat exchanger here, one on this side, that's quite far away, but 340 meters, so a little bit 170 meters apart. Give me a notification when the coal is out. Hello, Teku. Welcome. So I guess we could fix up the heating situation here first. I need the location for the heat pumping station, which is gonna be here, I think. Where I'm doing the road upgrade right now, next to the cinema. Heat pumping station leading to the heat exchanger in the settlement. It could also be turned to face upwards, which would make a lot more sense. Actually, it doesn't matter. It has 4 connections going in all directions. I might use 2 heat pumping stations to get the large heating pipes to supply heating to the pumping stations and then spread it out into 6 small heat exchangers, which will leave me 2 more direct connections from the heating plant. I might also consider setting up some houses within range of the heating plant, because that seems to be quite effective. Have to be careful about the heating capacity. But yeah, let's go away from the large heat exchangers and try the small ones instead and see if we can get more consistent heating throughout our settlement that way. Because this is too cold for people to move in, and this is a little bit too spread out and cold on that end still. Do we move the kindergarten? We could. Back here. Next to the school. Heat exchanger. And then maybe one back here to have more housing up to the construction offices. $150. Or here, heat exchanger on that side. That might make more sense. Let's place one in this side. Get the heating set up. $117. The house in the water purification plant is a bit far away. Here it would be ideal. And then another one here. Okay, never mind. We'll go with the first idea. Heat exchanger at the current location of the coal storage, once it has run out. Looks like the road upgrade is done. This might not work. This is just... I need to get back into like the mindset of like heating being a lot different on this map. And this should help me. We will build housing here to replace the space over at the heating plant. There's going to be 2 heat exchangers. 2 large heating pipes leading into them. At one point I was thinking, like, does it help having the heating pipes close together? Do they keep each other also heated so you have less heating loss? I don't think that's the case, but I will still build it that way because I think it looks nice. We should make this slightly different though, because we can save a little bit more distance. If we go to this heat exchanger first, and then just have this one go a little bit further. Saves up on a bunch of space here. The corner is shorter. Now the only thing we have to pay attention to is that we can get the heating pipes out of this. But if we go down one click, that should be possible. Just gotta keep that in mind. Alright, so this one, I guess, is fine to hook up. I like the heating pipes having sharper angles, but this would save more distance. We should make them curved and save more distance. Well, Baron's Run faced another problem, not enough school capacity. Did not realize this until I realized that there was a generation of uneducated. Led to an unhappiness spiral, finally fixed it with alcohol. Sounds very realistic. I'm glad you got it fixed. What else am I gonna do here? It's a lot of heating connections. Maybe this one first. You know what? I'm gonna go down one click with the heating pipes just so it's easier to get everything connected. I don't have to worry too much about other things like wires. Heating pipes are just gonna be one click below the surface level. Then we should also have less of an issue crossing the heating pipes here. Because unlike certain other aspects, you can definitely cross the heating pipes. This will use a heat pumping station, which will reduce the heating a bit, but as long as we concentrate our heating, hopefully it's gonna be okay. We'll see. We'll see how it works. Two more heating pipes that can go up to the north, I'm just gonna call it, which is actually the west. Because we're looking west right now, towards the eastern border. The western border is east and north, but the southern border is eastern border as well. Hope that confused everyone well enough. Feel like one early style shopping center cannot facilitate a city more than 1k pop. Tells me how I should redesign my future cities. Well, a shopping center is the most efficient building, but also the most inefficient building. It's the most efficient building because someone who wants all four things can... clothing, food, electronics, and meat can go to one building and get everything. But if one person goes there and they only want meat and or food, then they could also go to a grocer instead, which they would prefer if that is in the range. And usually, from what I can tell, people always want at least food. And usually also meat. But clothing and electronics are not in demand all the time, so the shopping center is inefficient in that regard, that it can't really satisfy the demand for food and meat at a more efficient rate. That's why grocers are more efficient. So if you substitute a shopping center with a grocer, the shopping center itself becomes a lot more efficient also. Because then everyone who just wants food and meat will go to a different store. They will go to a grocer instead. So in here we should see people who want food, meat, or both. Which they are in here. There's no person in this shopping center currently that wants food, meat, and clothing or electronics. They're not in here. Well, there might be people with electronics demand like this one, but electronics also doesn't exist in this shopping center. So right now we're just looking at clothing. People who want more, like food and clothing, food, meat, and clothing, should all go to this shopping center instead. And spreading them out that way creates more efficiency in that regard, because you're not utilizing your number of workers to the most efficient part, but you're utilizing the open shopper slots to their most efficient ability. Based on that separation. Because the people are intelligent enough, they will go to a grocer if they know they only want food and meat. They will not block up a shopping center if they can get to a grocer. And also, once they've gotten to a grocer, from there on out they will look from that area where they can go to get their other needs fulfilled. So for example, that person wants sports from the grocer, which they can get to. They have to walk all the way across here, but you could in theory design a city that has grocers as like quasi bus stops, where everyone probably wants food and or meat, so they walk to a grocer, and from there they then look what else they want, giving you a lot more walking distance. Like that walking distance for a sports center could have been another 400 meters down the road, which would have extended the walking distance for the person up to 800 meters between two demands. So it is kind of interesting what you can do with that. If they didn't want any of that, they would have walked to the train station and probably waited an hour and then walked to the sports facility and or culture building from that location. Problem is that I placed the restaurant instead to try and open another queue. It isn't as efficient as the shopping center. The restaurant is a luxury building, mostly intended for tourists. What you're looking for, what you should be looking for, is a grocery store. 15 workers for 105 people. Compared to a restaurant, which is 10 workers for 30 people. So, slight efficiency difference in those buildings. But yeah, they would also use a restaurant. I don't know if a restaurant gives them more happiness and or loyalty than a grocery. That I haven't tested. I was planning on giving them restaurants, because I felt like it would be era appropriate for a more western city, but we had other issues with fuel. I would have done that for the first city if we didn't run too much into like monetary problems. But right now we're doing well, so a restaurant wouldn't hurt, I guess. There's another food building for the attraction area, quote unquote. There's a cafe, which the cafe is also like basically a pub, but it's less efficient. It's a small pub. We can probably build that over here where the heating plant is currently located, if the new heating setup will work fine. We'll have to see. The heating plant for this will probably be not built, since we're switching over to small heat exchangers now. Looks like the footpath tunnel has been built again. Now they can walk to the shopping center in 270 meters. Doubles as an attraction, as I've seen, yeah. It doesn't certainly have the attraction stats, but I was wondering if it also had a positive effect for citizens visiting it. Or if that attraction score, like, would this help someone trying to deal with their, like, religious demand is what I'm wondering. Because people usually try to visit a attraction building, so this could serve that purpose, basically. That would be a nice way to deal with the attraction demand. And also get food at the same time. They don't go to the grocer, they just go shopping. At a restaurant, like takeout maybe. We're limited by construction based on volume of bricks delivered here. But that's okay, we're not getting distribution office deliveries anymore. I should be able to tear down the distribution office for the previous purpose now, since their job is done. And they can go into the general pool of vehicles. I should also go and set vehicles to be repaired at 30% again. Since we've gotten a lot more vehicles. Is it going to... Oh, there's one with 100 wear and tear. Oh, yeah, you are getting scrapped. Fair. You're getting replaced soon. Seems to be okay. We're gonna set new vehicles at 30% as well. Try and prolong their life as much as possible. So when I said yesterday I was playing Clan Folk today, as soon as the stream ended I wanted to play more Workers and Resources. It's a never-ending cycle right now. What can you do? Let's take a look and see if there's a used tunnel boring machine. Or any vehicle we could consider for buying and scrapping. Doesn't look like it. It's another crane, but no used tunnel boring machine, unfortunately. Perfect. Never-ending cycle of running out of rubles. Nah, that is just a temporary thing. Rubles are temporary, but Republic happiness is eternal. This large heat exchanger will go away. If everything will work the way I envision it. I will not need that much heating here, but I would like to have some small low-density houses fill out the location, and hopefully a small heat exchanger at the location of the coal storage will deal with that. So that will give us 1, 2, 3, probably 4 heat exchangers right now. I kind of want to have one pretty close to this area. But we'll build it out for the existing houses to also reduce pollution, because once those heating plants are gone, population here should be a lot happier. If everything works the way we think it does, then this system will also make its way over to Bugodonsk. Because we need a stable population in that city there too. It's March, it's warm. Let's allow people to move in here. It's probably fine. We get the heat exchangers up next to that building fairly soon. Extra workers can walk to the train station, and that's alright. I think we have too many highly educated, so that's where we're lacking right now. I also need to be careful with placement of things down here. Like if I want to get rid of this dirt footpath, should be careful. and demolish some of this extra footpath. Should work. Then we can place the clinic down here, like the hospital. What if we just connect them like this? Allow them to share heating between each other. Coal storage shouldn't last too long. It's using up a lot of coal. But yeah, the heating plant will run until we have the heat exchanger, and then we have to test it during winter. Also with the removal of the large heat exchanger at some point. I really like the idea of trying to set up the houses over here. Like, I'm thinking about like building a bunch of houses up to like, I don't know, 100 and 200 meters. And seeing how the pollution gradually gets like worse for these. So basically like a bunch of houses for testing just along the road here. On a footpath probably. We still need to upgrade the road. I'm waiting for the snow to melt for that. $30 gigajoules, 200 cubic meters of water, so half of that is 100 cubic meters, 15 gigajoules. Small heat exchanger. If we're running at around 50%, then we're running at around the capacity of a small heat exchanger. So we have those heating pipes, we have two going to the south, or like east, and two going west, which can also backtrack if we want another heat exchanger on this side for some housing. Two going west to our larger housing districts, might need to be supplemented by another heat exchanger, but we'll see. So grain and fuel are the thing you don't make yourself in this run. Grain, fuel, electronics, electronic components, mechanical components, steel, bricks. We're not making a lot of things right now. What's the pollution for tonnage? What's small heating? Small heating makes 5 tons for 30 gigajoules, so 6 gigajoules per ton of pollution. And this one makes 140 gigajoules for 20 tons of pollution. So 7 gigajoules instead of 6 per ton of pollution. So slightly more efficient based on the pollution part. And 210 divided by 26.5 is 7.9 gigajoules per pollution, so the larger modern heating plants are even more efficient. 42 divided by 7 is still 6. So in these regards the small heating plants are identical, but the other small heating plant has more maximum capacity. Always do 2 on the Siberian map, or else it's just too much for one, or one big and one small, but that's a mess with the tubes. Yeah, we can still have the small heating plants. If this becomes an issue, we can have a small heating plant here within walking distance of the residential area and just run another small heating pipe. Like, we should use the small heating plants and large heating plants more efficiently, but also not build them within range of the residential areas, I think. I'm doing too much experimentation with the pollution for the citizens, I think. That's getting a bit messy. Trying to keep a stable population going. Money is fairly stable. 300,000 in profit this month. 270,000 on loan repayments, so doing alright. We're still in need of turning back on the fuel imports for this area. So I will do that now, which is going to cost us, but I mean, we have to bring fuel here. There's just no way around that. Oh. Apparently we imported something right now. Was the train accidentally right at the station? That was for Bugudonsk. It was trying to import fuel, but get disrupted in between for lack of money. But immediately notices it, so should be okay. Can we research birth rate increase, or was that too recent? We can research it. It's 1970, we got another free research point. I am just thinking of getting the automatic tree replanting. Like, that is always so annoying. Metal scrap smelting would be kind of cool, but yeah. I don't want to deal with that anymore. One more tree replanting, and maybe we can extend the logging industry by bringing trains full of wood to the area by having some logging camps next to like some smaller settlements on the train line, and then they just pick up full trains of lumber, bring them to the sawmill, and we have an efficient logging industry. I don't even know what the price of wood is right now. It's okay. It's pretty low. Still, the US price crashed, so it's back to starting price, basically. Oil price is hovering at around 1,000 per ton. Iron is looking very good. US and ruble price heading upwards. Gravel is looking excellent too. Once we get modern industry, which I'm not going to, we could have run some really efficient gravel exports with that. Will you invite the uneducated or existing peoples for the experiment? I think the experiment doesn't need any more people because the houses still take heating. So if people move in, that's fine. We will have a birth rate increase soon. But if there's no people living there, the houses will still take heating at that point. Minus 11 degrees. Yeah, the setup with the coal storage connected with a direct conveyor belt without a conveyor engine in between is kind of scary. That always gets me. We might tear down the storage, put a conveyor engine in, and just keep things safer that way. Would mean a disruption of the coal supply here, of course. Could have another storage that takes over the task of the existing aggregate storage, tear both down the storage and the conveyor itself, and then put a conveyor engine in instead. But yeah, let me try putting down some housing here. I think I want to test that. We'll get the footpath upgraded, draw a footpath along this line. There's no real entrance here, which is unfortunate. Guess we can use that one. So 50 meters from the heating plant, 80 meters, 110 meters, 105. We are going to do some pollution experiment. Just gotta make sure that they can walk back to the bus stop. And also work in the heating plant, of course. If I wanted to have rapid population growth right now, I could invite them, more people from the west, and get them educated to run these factories. It's not... well, it is useful, because we still distribute by truck, I guess. You should be waiting until loaded in the distillery. No need to drive around constantly. What is the construction office for workers doing right now? Heating pipes. I guess that makes sense. They are allowed to build those. Because usually, once they get to that point, they require a road crane. and get built pretty quickly. I still like the idea of starting with a temporary small heating plant to get something off the ground fairly quickly, and then switch over to a more permanent solution. Tiny bit of steel delivery coming in from Bugodonsk, apparently. Which truck is assigned there? Oh, I think I know which ones aren't switched over yet. These ones need to have their building material storages cleaned. So they pick up also only from here. And I mean, they were supposed to help with picking up resources from far away when we didn't have bricks in the area, but no, they should pick up from here only now. Copy all assignments over to the construction offices. Money's gonna keep going down because of the fuel import, but that should be okay. Looks like the gravel footpaths are coming in. So from here you have access to the bus stop and the heating plant. It's going to be slower walking speeds, but for a testing setup I think this will work. And we'll see what the pollution is like for them living here. I don't want any highly educated in these buildings. Just a regular education will do fine, thank you. Heat exchanger fully charged, meaning that this heat exchanger is also running now. 82 degrees is fine. Alright. Give me that wood cutting planting policy so I can stop worrying about tree replanting. This coal storage still isn't done. We are going to do the same thing we did last time, which is carry coal over to this storage for now, until this one is empty, and then switch the route again. That way the truck will constantly drive around, making sure the storage is emptied a little bit faster, and make room for the heat exchanger. One here. I guess we'll run another one on this side. And we'll leave ourselves the option open for this heating pipe to go to that heat exchanger. This one would go to one of the lower heating ones, heat exchanger pipes. Should be fine. We have one more from this side that we can use for a heat exchanger on this area, where we're getting close to the distance of the heating plant itself, which itself should be able to provide 100 cubic meters of heating to its surrounding area, but then we have fully put a full load of heating onto the whole plant, depending on how much capacity our heat exchangers actually have. 148%. Because it's trying to heat buildings that are very far away. It's trying to heat everything pretty much. Even the small house on the water purification what's it called? A plant? I guess. Yeah. I want to get rid of the pollution from this. It should grow, it should have a sustainable population. We should be able to make that work. Pollution is killing too many people, I think. Health is at 85%. It's not super bad, but it's also not super cold right now. And if I check the graph for health, we can see a significant drop from 87 to 84 every time we start winter. So hopefully we can get rid of that. I wouldn't even mind leaving this as a permanent setup, just like a bunch of houses here. It depends on how bad the pollution is gonna get when this thing runs at full tilt. Or like at 80%. It will be pretty bad. Birth rate increase. Check done. Fill out the new houses we have, please. Or I will have to resort to migration. I think migration right now would be the more immediate choice, plus I don't really use US currency for anything else anyway. I can't get to the school from that location at the moment, because the footpaths haven't been... Should it be a limit of the footpaths? They have to walk along the road, then this footpath, and over here. That's too far, unfortunately. Also, the road section on that part doesn't have a footpath, a sidewalk yet. And these ones don't have either, and they kinda should. They definitely have to be upgraded before I start moving people in general. Make that road an upgrade. For the shopping center, we do have enough food and clothing in there. Only problem with this would be the potential of it burning down. Well, we should be able to do a fast upgrade. It's only 2 road sections, right? I could draw a road through here, temporarily hooking it up to something. Yeah, it's okay. High priority. Residential building has the same issue, I guess. Maybe if I hook up a footpath through here, the fire trucks can drive a very weird path, at least, into this area, and then onto the shopping center via the footpath on that side. Be very careful with removal here. There's underground footpaths that could be affected. And now, let's try and place the new hospital. This is what I'm thinking. Which kind of lines up almost beautifully with this entrance. But only almost. Careful with the removal of footpaths, it's too dangerous. Automatic wood cutting planting policy is done, which means we can start exporting wood again. There's still a ton of wood in the forest, so I'm not going to plant anything else. However, I will thin out the forest on the edge here, which has accumulated a lot of trees, and this will lag the game as I do that. Oh no, it doesn't. Maybe they fixed that. Cool. Just make it like slightly thinner. Plant some more trees, make it look a little bit more organic. And yeah, otherwise you will organize yourself with the tree replanting now. Those fuel imports, man. We start importing a little bit of fuel again for a city, and it's like expensive. What did you just remove? Something vanished, but I didn't see what. Oh. Weird. All the roads still seem to be intact, so we need to upgrade this road to the bus stop. And now that there's no winter, That's probably the best time to do it. There's already houses available here. Heating will be perfect. Water and sewage and electricity are also present. No grocer nearby. They will have to take the bus. But to work in the heating plant, they can just walk there. I think once these roads are upgraded and the grocer is ready, I will hire some migrants from third world countries. If only they could make it to the school. They can. 340 meters. 31 meters to the other house, so if everything is 400 meters footpath distance, they should theoretically make it. Well, I guess there's a much shorter exit here, and these ones have to walk around. We'll see. Almost done with the coal storage. So maybe I'll get the third world migrants into this building because they will definitely have access to walk directly to the school. We don't need them to get a university education, that would be unnecessary. Okay, using the train station as a bus stop has its own disadvantages. Especially if we're using it to pick up workers. 1970 year. Vehicles sold already. We're not switching to vehicles after 1960. We will stick with the old equipment. Hello, Shariashu. The only exception will be a tunnel boring machine if we can find a used one. That we can then use and afterwards scrap. But so far we haven't found one yet. How are you doing? Road upgrades finishing up. Very good. Fine. Finished to build your city too. Nice. Glad to hear that. This is our second city. Have you also played with the new DLC? All safe. Ah, okay. Okay, okay. We're currently trying to change our heating situation to be more clean. Because the old style of having heating plants right next to where people live is maybe a little bit polluting. So, at least for cities, I should change that. In villages, I will keep using that idea. Villages work fine. Good enough. There's even a lack of people in here. Road done, building the footpaths. This would be like a waste truck access point. So the waste truck can move out here and get to the waste storage and move back away. Other alternative would just be the road, I guess. Hello, Hank. Welcome. Let's build towards the clinic. Still gotta be careful with the footpaths. Because of the footpath tunnels underneath. Like if I do this and we hit a tunnel, could be disastrous. So dangerous. This is somewhat nerve-wracking, I gotta say. Just the chance of accidentally demolishing something that takes quite a while to rebuild again. But it has happened before, so... That doesn't look great. Ah, that's okay. Looks like the footpaths are all done now. Still can't access the school. If we had a footpath here, it would work. I think. Yeah, we can make this a crossing. And they could reach it, barely, but they could. Oh, people are starting to move into these houses now. Lack of electronics we're not going to deal with. But I can give them an attraction building here. Gallery of the Art, Museum of the Republic. Gallery of the Art would probably work best. I also wanted to place more housing. Let's set up the coal storage now, where you can load from this stop instead of unloading into it, and wait until unloaded at the heating plant again. This will give us the space for the small heat exchanger in the area. Footpath in the way, I guess. Alright, that'll be the test if we can run this with a heat exchanger instead of the heating plant. And then the idea of like getting rid of this heat exchanger. We'll have one here, heat exchanger here. So this is 250 meters away. One more heat exchanger, 4 more houses up here. These ones are going to be the ones that are going to be the most stressed, I think. Each house 14 cubic meters. If we have 5 of them, that would be 90. So probably have to have another heat exchanger reasonably close by. Make sure we can deal with all the heating for that location. We have one more connection. And if we really need more, then either another larger heating plant or some smaller ones on the outside should still work fine. But sure, let's get this set up, I guess. Maybe in a way where it hooks up nicely into an existing footpath. This would take up too much space. How are we gonna get rid of this heating plant and build a heat exchanger there? It would line up the nicest with the footpaths, so I guess so? Try and move the coal away from the heating plant, I guess. Maybe we can set up a heat exchanger in time. It's only affecting attraction buildings right now, so we are not too worried. This one is also pretty close for the residential buildings to take care of those. This is 400 extra people that we're allowing to move in right now, and there will be plenty more. Quite sizable. The grocer is up and running. Can have goods delivered to it. This heating plant can be shut down. Alright, help with the emptying of the heating plant, please. Thank you. There's still no waste storage here for the grocer. That has to be fixed. Not sure, the residential building will probably also need one. Yeah. The waste storage setup is insufficient. Okay, that would fit another house here, barely. Loyalty going up, still at 31. Not going up yet. This monument should help a lot. Because the train station didn't have any loyalty boosting effects next to it before that. And now it does. People have moved in right next to the heating plant. Lovely. It's gonna be our first test candidates to see how bad the pollution is gonna be from the heating plant. And the more heat exchangers we hook up, the worse it's gonna get for them. Also, we still have the large heat exchanger hooked up, so right now we have 1, 2... There's one plant here. 1, 2, 3, 4 small heat exchangers and a large heat exchanger, which is putting the heating plant at full capacity if all of them are connected. Not ideal. This one hasn't been built yet, but it is coming. Good progress. Let me check Discord. I just like the newer buildings so much more. Sensible footpath connections, roads are not really mandatory anymore. There's probably a reason to get like upset about no road connections for certain houses, but in general I think the majority of them hooked up by footpaths make a lot more sense. Temperature too low, huh? Well, the heating is currently turned off, so that's normal. I guess we could run this at 14 degrees instead of 13. Let's do it at 15. Heating plant almost out. Two more pickups. Then we gotta demolish it and replace it with a heat exchanger in 2 months. This one also needs to be built. That's the last bit of coal. This road now will make its way to the depot as the last stop. Come on, move. It might make sense to have a bus stop here to not deal with the relatively poor throughput of this. I mean, it's traffic optimized, so the main issue is the junction and when they want to do a left-hand turn, I guess. Interesting. Those waste trucks already get called here, even with insufficient waste on the demolition site to pick up. That usually didn't happen. Berlin House, yeah. Lots of ambulance sounds. Seems fine. Might be the people living in these houses now getting a little bit hit with pollution. Do we pick up people from this area? Yes. Yes, we do. So, yeah, passengers should get picked up and be able to get their food demand met that way. Can we do the demolition of this already? No? Maybe? No. Too close to the other building. Can't hook up these footpaths, and there's none on the other side. So we can't let workers walk onto the demolition site at the time. But the road is almost gone. And then it will work. Maybe the other waste trucks already had waste in them and needed just a little bit to become full. This seems to work normally again. One more worker. Yeah. Maybe it's time to get those migrants. Let's do it. Get them to move in already. There's gonna be a bit more demand on the clinic. Well, it looks better. Paid any debt off? No, we took out another debt because I'm importing fuel again. I am still working on bringing enough fuel to the area. I think something is stuck. What's happening? What's your problem? You're trying to go to Bugodonsk and you don't know where to turn around on, I guess? That is not a place for you to turn around on. No wonder we're not really getting construction materials over here. Oh well. Some shenanigans with the rail construction office is causing a few issues. Noticed that before we ran out of fuel. But without any imports, then I guess our money keeps going up. It's just the fuel that's still somewhat expensive. Not as expensive as it once was, but still expensive. Well, construction office taking most of our bricks. Other construction offices can still pick up from there. Where is that last waste truck? Really? At least the demolition of the heating plant's gonna go fast, right? Probably. We will gain access to the footpath exit on this side. And then we can hook up the heat exchanger. The settlement looking so good. Thank you. Hopefully it'll work well with a lot of people in it. Definitely can't have any train traffic jams. I mean, they wouldn't starve, I guess, because they have their own food production, but fuel would be the concern. But yeah. I also like the look of it. There's gonna be snow in a month. It's already pretty cold. There we go. Now they can start demolition of the heating plant. No safety net for that side. Setting up a second heating plant would be a nice safety net for everything, especially when maintenance starts going. Still at 70 years life expectancy with that heating plant roaring. Yeah, when this heat exchanger comes offline during winter, we will see if every small heat exchanger can keep up with the demand. Or if we have to throw in more heat exchangers in general. Hope you're done importing fuel for some months? No. The fuel tank is at 10%, and it'll be filled up now. That's our fuel storage for the area. I guess we will leave this truck running, but shut off the heating plant now. See if this will work as a replacement. Lovely time for the oil to go up then. It did have a price spike announced, but it's not doing much so far. Almost got our next research point at 5,000 citizens. I don't know what to research right now. I did say I was going to go towards my own electronic production, so it would have to be chemicals, I guess. I might just set up a single truck feeding coal from here into the heating plant. It would be so stupid though. I just need to replace this with a conveyor engine. And during that time, I need a temporary coal storage, probably with 2 trucks. Happiness and life expectancy going up because we're heading from a warm time into a cold time right now. So people are still pretty healthy. Let's see if it'll stay that way throughout winter or if these changes are not ideal. Oh, that looks a bit like it's overfilling. What are you doing? You are stuck. Not enough workers. Oh, you're full in plastic waste. Is that the reason? No, it shouldn't be. But you still should be hauling plastics waste. I gave you a truck for that. Didn't turn on the pickup for plastics waste though. Oh, they're using the waste trucks for that, okay. This is also negatively affecting our other city. Because they can't unload waste right now. Why is it not working? It says it's operating normally. I mean, we have a tiny amount of throughput, I guess. Is the amount of workers in here so little? Oh god. Why? Why fire? Why the Citizen Goods Distribution Office got burned down because the fire trucks have been in permanent repair. At the same time. Oh, great. Because both fire trucks got repaired at the same time is because why our distribution office now burned down. Congratulations. Well, we do have our village distribution office, I guess. This one. And alcohol kiosk, I guess. There we go. This game seed really wants you dead. Yeah. Both fire trucks repaired at the same time, causing our distribution office to burn down. With all of its vehicles too. It's gonna take a bit to fix up. But yeah, why is the waste handling up here so terrible? And why did the plastics waste not get picked up by a dedicated truck? I guess I'm gonna set it up to a route. Otherwise this is way too slow with the waste trucks. Are we loading plastic scrap from here already? We're loading metal scrap, but I guess there's no plastic scrap in this. Load. Plastic, wait until loaded, send it to the border. Yeah, things are not looking great here. This is only running at 15% with 10 workers. What is up? Why is this running so terribly? Psycho trucks from now on? Yeah. We'll see. I'm mostly worried about this one. First the crazy fuel prices where everything goes 10k ruble per unit, now these crazy events going on. Yeah. This doesn't seem normal. It's sorting way too little waste for how many workers are in here. They have good productivity. Why do you... Oh, never mind. There's power connection. Okay. Power wire is 1.5 megawatts. We hook that up appropriately with a pretty beefy wire. I'm not sure why this is so inefficient right now. I need a bus, I think. Just a bus running back and forth, pushing the workers into... Maybe... Well, if I do it like that, they would get unloaded here and wouldn't actually go to the plant. This is concerning. I think the waste here is probably running full already. Yeah, some of these are already at 100%. And if this isn't keeping up anymore, then we're in deep trouble. I don't know why the productivity is that low. Where's the water? Is it drinking water? No, drinking water is present. Productivity 100%, efficiency 94%. Oh my god. Alright, different route from the processing plants here. Bring all the workers to the general waste separation. That means there's going to be fewer workers for the incinerator. But that one isn't the issue right now. Okay, that's some workers. Let the bus in. Processing plant, incinerator, separation. And then this small incinerator here probably also needs an insurance that there's enough workers. I mean, in general, we should have a ton of workers here from the settlement. It's... How's the population density? It's a bit low. Some houses are empty. We also have to fix the heating in that place, make sure it keeps working efficiently. Distribution office should not pick up plastic and not export it anymore. Single truck will handle that. It's a lot of backed up waste that we have to run through now, but after that's done, it should be a lot more stable. This one produces 30 tons, or runs through 30 tons of mixed waste at most. So we shouldn't need the 50 ton of mixed waste processing capacity inside the waste separation. But we also have direct deliveries into the storage, so we have that bit of overhead. The heating plant is gone. I wanted to have the heat exchanger already, but we'll only start building it now. Seems good. Get it connected. Distribution office demolition is done. Get that rebuilt. Let me know when it's done and we can populate it with new vehicles, I guess. The only issue we have with this bus stop is fewer workers for the other processing plants, but yeah, we should just prioritize the incinerators and not the processing plants. Other buildings, lowest priority. Going back to the other stops, like the cableway and the bus platform, 0%. Then any other building and the waste management at 32%. That should keep it running, hopefully, even if I get rid of the truck at the bus at some point. That's a lot of waste. $5,000 citizens. Research point unlocked. And I guess we'll get chemical plant. Although I would probably only build it in addition to the electronic component facility. Do I want that? I kind of want steel recycling next to the iron mine to have like a smelter so we can make our own steel already. What's the steel price? And then we can make mechanical components out of that. I guess I can check what the steel price is right now. Getting close to 2,000 per ton. Due to inflation, but in general it's not too bad still. The US dollar price isn't that high. How much metal scrap did we produce last year? 27 tons, that's nothing. Unfortunately, that will not allow us to produce enough steel where we can make mechanical components out of that, where that becomes a nice alternative. There's a tunnel boring machine. 533,000 for 510 tons. It doesn't have a lot of wear, so it's not very profitable to import. But I did say it would be the only way how I would be able to access a tunnel boring machine. A new one costs 2 million, so it's definitely still worth it. And we're not allowed to repair it. Perfect. So do I set this to 0? Yes. No repairs. And you can go to the rail construction office in Sovskoy and help with the tunnel construction. What's up to my... That was a steal. A fourth of the price for a tiny bit of wear. And once it's broken, we can scrap it for steel and make a bunch of money back. That was good. $500,000, yeah, but a new one would have been 2 million, so it was very cheap, I think. $81 degrees is pretty low, but it should work well enough. Once we drop below -20 ambient temperature, we can do some tests with the heat exchanger here removed. This area is doing okay currently. This one looks nice, but it's still running on the large heat exchanger, like I said. Once that one is gone, it's gonna get a lot chillier. I mean, we can leave the large heat exchanger. I'm gonna try without. Once this one is in place. $52 years of life expectancy. That house is not sustainable. This one at 50, also nothing. 53. No one has moved in here yet into these two. So with a heating plant of that caliber, definitely pollution, very high impact. And then we're getting to the point where probably we have to be like 300 meters away and more. I don't want to keep building houses here. Kindergarten. Huh. I guess we could make this some service buildings right next to the train track instead of another house. Kindergarten right on the train tracks. What could go wrong? progress. Trains aren't stuck here just yet. We're still picking up bricks from the rail construction office. Tunnel boring machine is ready to go. And we need to start building these. Pure ash. Some actual workers running the industries. Alcohol is starting to pile up a lot. We could run alcohol as an export good with overproduction. Yeah, I don't think we need food imports anymore. At least we should get a warning when this runs out, I guess, because it's going to be the supply for the settlement for now. And I will turn off the imports. No more food, no more alcohol. You've been exporting food and alcohol all the time. So you bought it, came here, whatever you couldn't unload, you brought back to the customs house and exported it. That was a bit of a waste of money. Minus 30 degrees. It's gonna be time turning off the large heat exchanger as soon as that one got built. Needs a couple more bricks, 2 deliveries. So we need the construction material train to arrive here to finish that. Meat storage empty. Utility distribution office. From the meat storage, yeah. Those are still the old Russo-Bolt trucks, but I think we had no better ones. That is a waste distribution office. I guess they're still running from the other building. Can I get some newer ones that are still abiding by older than 1960? We only have the AMO-15 refrigerated one or the Moskvich, both with much lower carry capacity. The Russo-Bolt has the largest carry capacity. Yeah. We'll stick with the Roosevelt for the refrigerated transportation. The Skoda would technically be available at 1958. I just find that one too modern. Too modern looking. Oh, looks like we got some construction materials delivered. I don't like that ambulance sound. Or fire truck. It's an ambulance. Someone apparently died because the ambulance is empty. Or it was going to an emergency and realized that it needed to refuel. One of the two. The utility construction office desperately needs an excavator, which it does have. But it's not using it for the building construction because buildings are deactivated. We will enable buildings and let the excavator help the way it's supposed to. Since we're not really building footpaths, roads or other things in that settlement anymore. Heat exchanger almost ready. Heating is looking passable. I am pretty worried about how this is going to look once the large heat exchanger goes down. Yeah, I'm worried. We can leave the large heat exchanger on. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 small heat exchangers plus a large one. It would put the heating plant at like the highest capacity if all of them were on full demand. Looks like this house is at 69 years of life expectancy, but I think people just moved in, so give them some time. Alright, let's do the test. No demolition. Let's wait for that heat exchanger to run itself out and see what it looks like. This house is struggling. These houses are struggling. If it's only at -40, it might be okay for some time. This house is very much affected. But for that one, I think we're okay. That is not that many people. It's also bouncing up a lot whenever it gets like a tick of heating. -35, we have 14 degrees. 14 degrees. This one looks toasty, relatively speaking. And if the temperature drops to -40, we're seeing 13 degrees occasionally. The heat exchanger is only at 30%. This one's at 30, 27, 30. Now trying to balance the load. This one still has heat in it, so I guess we haven't seen the worst yet. It is at 54 degrees. Shouldn't have too much of an impact. As soon as we're getting to like below 70, usually the heat exchangers are not able to keep up the temperature inside the building. But I guess in combination with the other heat exchangers, they do probably help here right now. Minus 38. Getting close to 13 degrees indoors. I think this is stable. Give it some more time. Plus we're planning on building more housing, I guess. Hello, Po. Welcome. Minus 38. Looks okay. Yeah, I think we can run this. This is manageable. 27 degrees on that one. I think we can tear down this heat exchanger, maybe even replace it with another small one. I have 2 more connections available. One was supposed to head out this way for some more housing. One has to go up here. So I'm not sure about a replacement for that heat exchanger, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. 15 degrees is a bit chilly during winter. Yeah, but it's minus 38, minus 35 right now. It's pretty cold. Three more houses being built. Do I put up the other heat exchanger right now? Blankets are in order. Our population has been educated in the form of heat insulation, so they should be fine. How's the health looking? There's a health drop again. I wonder if it's going to be as bad, or if it will stop earlier. Yeah, I think we can live with this. 100% for the heating plant. It is working its butt off. This house is at 64 years. Slowly filling up with citizens. These ones are not too happy. Lots of people affected by pollution. Should be mainly in the other settlement. We can empty out this heating plant now. This one's going to be turned off. Load from here. Unload at the storage. Wait until loaded. What now? Out of meat? Out of meat. I am delivering refrigerated goodness. It's just taking a bit. Need more trucks. I do not really want to run meat exports, so we just monitor. Is the storage full? Yes, we can reduce the amount of workers a little bit up to the sweet spot in the livestock farm, but it's only 50 workers. Should be able to keep that hopefully nice and supplied. Yeah, that house is looking pretty good. Gets a nice boost of heating every now and then. Minus 40. That one has a lot more heating. 16 degrees versus 15, 14. But overall, still okay. One more heat exchanger on that side. And then the last one would need to be planned somewhere. We will demolish this now. Plus the large heat exchanger. Careful with the underground footpaths. Well then, Hank. Okay, I think we can stop monitoring the heating. This should now be a lot more pollution resistant, because there's no more pollution being produced by heating plants here. And that means we have to rework Bugugodon's heating system as well. Similar. Need to find the location for some heat exchangers. And get rid of the small heating plants. So probably one over here next to the prison, bunch of houses, courthouse, police station I mean. Placement of that heating plant. Definitely need another one over on that side, but this is a good start. Somewhere here. 1, 2, 3, and then somewhere up here. 4 heat exchangers, which will be more heating capacity than the large heat exchanger. And we need to fit in more than that, because we had small heating plants helping with everything. You know what's sadder? The lack of airfields. Project 7 is building airfields in Siberia. I don't know why I should do that too. Okay, that would be a heat exchanger. Oh god, we dropped happiness. This has been running for a bit, at the coldest moment, while planning. Hello pedal trip, welcome. Give the people what they want, airfields, sky cable cars, ASMR eating streams? No. Oh god, we dropped 10 points in health. Ugh. Great. Alright, the assignments are still there. That's not what I wanted to buy. Okay. Using Mega Monkey logic, you only said no to airfields. Yeah, I just groaned at the other one, so I think that's fine. Let's see how bad it got with the heating. It has recovered, but... Okay, this one is doing okay. I guess the settlement with a fair amount of pollution is more affected by this. Can build the heat exchanger here where the footpath is sticking out. One more up on that side. And then I think that should be enough. That's a fairly good concentration of heat exchangers. One in the center, a small one to replace the large one. That's a pretty large amount of heat exchangers. The settlement should be fairly stable with that. What the hell is going on in chat? Let's see, one more here. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that would be the heat pumping stations, which have access to electricity. And that one means we have, I guess, one heating connection left over. No, we have one going to the center. Right. That means all the heating connections are accounted for. Pretty much. the last heat exchanger would be down here. And then the other heating pipe is in the way. Alright, and these ones we should now be able to hook up relatively smoothly. Alright, new heating setup. Hopefully replacing all of the heating plants. So you have both small and big heaters in there. The big heaters will be removed. And the big heat exchangers will be removed, and the small heating plants will be removed to try and deal with the pollution. The small heat exchangers should spread out the heating a lot more broadly, I hope. That's the plan. Our single large heat exchanger in the center is going to be removed. Are the smalls all electric? No coal needed? No, they're still taking from the heating plant. I'm just building them because they spread out the heating more that way. Because distance to the heat exchanger matters, not the heat exchanger output that much. If, like, we're not building very high density buildings. So in our case it's a bit more important to have the heating spread out. Like if I had Dnipro flats, then it might make sense to have a large heat exchanger right next to them. No high rises, yeah. Exactly. No pollution, no waste storage for the clinic here. Doesn't have any ambulances yet, but it sure needs that waste storage. And maybe reduce the amount of workers in here for now. Apparently we don't have any highly educated. I guess we can let them move in to these two houses. And yeah, need that other heat exchanger here too, because we're building a lot of structures without adding more heating. Maybe another heating plant at some point. Still up for consideration. I feel like this is a... No, it's higher density, it's fine. We can add more heating if we need to. Okay, the life expectancy in all of these houses is below 50, so a total failure. These houses will not be used next to a medium heating plant because that's too much. Looks like we have enough refrigerated deliveries to the meat storage. Not all meat trucks are running right now. Food looking good. Alcohol is pretty much full. Fuel imports still running. Expensive. Well, what can you do? That means both settlements are going to run on 6 small heat exchangers. Stop bringing coal here. We will change this with a setup for a conveyor engine to make sure the internal storage of the heating plant is filled before the outer one runs out. Once that storage is empty, we'll demolish it. The trucks will then pick up from this free storage. And hopefully they can load fast enough to keep up with the demand throughout the year. Tunnel boring. Once the entrance has been built, the tunnel boring machine can do its thing. Still considering a bridge over here, but I might not have left enough space. Come on, copy the bridge. Could also use a tunnel. There would be enough space to just do it manually. I do want my smooth bridge though. Maybe a slightly shorter, sharper one would work. Right over the signals, huh? Might not be able to get that one lined up nicely. Oh, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that would work. Okay, I guess it does work. Don't think I need any roads here, but we can utilize the tunnel for the footpaths, I guess. And then have the same footpath underneath the bridge here and connect it. Dig tunnels under the bridge, complete ways, or over, even better. No, we're gonna make nice chunky steel footpath. Oh god, that's quite misaligned. It needs to be aligned with the footpath. That's the best we're gonna get. Grocery store here, housing on this side, can get to the grocer if they want to, and some housing over here because we also have a heat exchanger in the area. Hello Cloud Plays Games, thank you very much for the raid, welcome everyone. How was your Workers and Resources stream? My stream is going well, thank you. We're replacing our heating setup with some that will hopefully not kill the population as much anymore. Other than that, also doing well, thank you. 66 meters. There we go. It's great until I removed a very important power line and lost half my population in 10 seconds. Yep. The fun strikes again. We need some highly educated people moving in here. Come on, work in the clinic, please. There we go. A doctor. I probably wrote to a save in that case. It was my own fault. I was trying to figure out why some of the city wasn't getting enough power and then the heating went off. Yeah. I mean, it happens. We're experimenting with our people on what the best heating setup should be for them. I learned that even the lowest density housing doesn't provide enough protection against the heating of a medium heating plant during winter. So the sacrifice of the 60 citizens will be not in vain. I forgive myself for it because I fixed it in the end. Okay, then everything is alright. We're also reworking our heating, like I said. Siberia is very cold. We're planning on getting rid of the heating plants here. Once that is all in place. Also get rid of the large heat exchanger and yeah, just run everything normally with a heating plant further away from the settlement so that pollution is less of an issue. The city is massive. I would count this as a... yeah, it's a small to medium size. It's very clustered and chaotic. Didn't bulldoze very much, once I got to this point. The new city is supposed to grow more. I mean, this is mostly the construction sector to build it all up. But I do have plans for running another coal mine here. Or another mine, in this case a coal mine. What settings do you use other than realistic? We disabled earthquakes. We play on Siberia. We started in 1930. Oh, you mean other than realistic? I mean realistic is a preset on its own. We have it set to the highest except for global events on normal because I don't like earthquakes. And vehicle availability locked according to the start of the year that the vehicle became available, because we're sticking to vehicles older than 1960. Except for the tunnel boring machine. I'm allowing myself to get used vehicles for that. That's what we're doing. So we're in 1971 and we still have the old vehicles running around everywhere. I spent a bit of a longer time dealing with a price crisis for fuel than I would like to admit. So that's why I've decided to just stick with the old for now. Steam engines are much cooler anyway. You don't like a random chance of losing every building you spent 3 in-game years working on? It's mostly the residential areas only. If they coded it where it had an equal chance of hitting your industrial sector, then people would be complaining so much, but because it only hits the residential areas, I guess it's limited that way. Yeah, I don't like how you have no recourse for earthquakes. If you could over-maintenance, over-repair buildings to make sure they're like toughened out and an earthquake would cause damage instead of like having a random chance of collapsing a building, then it would be fine. But it doesn't, it just can randomly collapse something. Otherwise it causes no damage other than a fire, which itself causes damage of course. Similar to me, except I have pollution off, as even though I have 400 hours in the game, it is still a bit too hard for me and still learn a lot of mechanics like power. I'm still trying to figure a good way of doing that. Yeah, pollution is rough, but once you learn about it and well, pollution is mostly like area of effect. This heating plant makes pollution, and it needs to be far away enough from the citizens. People working in the heating plant also get their health dropping down more. But yeah, I can understand that. It might be frustrating. Or like, too much to learn at the same time. It will change the design of settlements and everything to be more akin to what it should be. As in, you don't have a heating plant in the middle of the city and build everything around it like it was Frostpunk. Because that would just murder everyone. Who would build heating plants right in settlements? Like, I couldn't think of anyone doing that. I also need to change this coal input, because that has the same issue. I want to have a conveyor engine feeding into the heating plant. So the internal storage is filled without a truck needed. There's a lot to learn at once for this game, but a lot of fun at the same time. Yep, if you like learning, if you like figuring stuff out, it's kind of like the Dwarf Fortress of city building games, I think. Like a lot of complexity, a lot of depth. Some of it pretty well hidden, because it's not documented. But that makes it all the more appealing, I think. It's a little bit of a rough junction. If someone doesn't have any brakes, they would just plow down here. But the bridge isn't that steep. I made it pretty wide. Someone could get up to maximum height to cross this in half the distance. Didn't know about curving roads to keep vehicles moving quickly. Was a thing in this for a while. Yeah. Sharp junctions versus square junctions, etc. I just like building 90-degree junctions for the realism aspect when someone approaches. They can check both sides before they make their way onto the junction, whereas if you have something like this, sure, they can take the corner very quickly, but checking vehicles coming from this side, if you come down this road, would be a nightmare because they might just be in your blind spot. So we're role-playing good road design as well, in most cases. Sometimes it can't work. Reworking all of the heating setup will cost us a lot of steel. The benefit of having the heating plants right there is just, it's super cheap. The heating pipes are costing us like, probably this one is going to be the factor of 2 small heating plants, I think, for that distance. 21 tons, maybe not. Maybe it's 1 heating plant. No, it is 2 heating plants. The heating plant itself only costs 9.7. So yeah, heating pipes are expensive. Like to stick to 90-degree corners. Just looks neater, I think so. I like smooth and wide corners. I don't have a problem with like a huge wide corner. In urban areas, maybe a little bit smoother, but when you have a junction, yeah, 90 degrees seems reasonable. For my own sake. And then we might have another corner here leading onto the main road again. Alright. That'll hook up the footpaths if anyone needs to cross here. It's nice talking to you again. See you around. Thanks for the shout out. You're welcome. Have a good day. Yeah, the randomly losing buildings from an earthquake. Everything can be accounted for. But earthquakes? You have no chance of dealing with that. Some say that you can have a backup for your backup, but the whole backup could be hit by the earthquake. And at some point there's no way to have a backup either. If your heat exchangers all fall down, or... yeah, I guess we don't really have to debate it too much. Everything is toggled on, people can move in if they want. This will hold a lot of population, like we said. And all the excess workers can make their way to the cableway station and work in the food factory distillery. Although this will run for pretty soon. Alcohol is already full. Oh, tunnel boring machine doing its thing very, very quickly. Good to see. Without a tunnel boring machine, it's very slow to drill that tunnel, but yeah, now once you have one, it's like the tunnel boring aspect goes really quickly, but the rest is still as slow as the rail construction vehicles that you do have for that task. Gotta be a bit wary and careful with the setup for the buses here, so it doesn't run over capacity at some point and we don't notice it. How long until the storage is empty? 182 tons, okay. Not hooked up to distribution anymore. We could already take down the conveyor. Let's do that in preparation. With the fact in mind that we did have a heating crisis for lack of money, how was the health? Okay, our health dropped down further. I can see when the power went out. But it's still okay. We recovered. No birth rate increase tech right now. There it is, modern industry, proper gravel processing. Prefab panel buildings. No, thank you. That would be the setup to hook up passenger trains onto the network between both cities, which I guess we could start running if we wanted to. The passenger platform is already hooked up. And they can currently not switch tracks. If they want to... Well, it was supposed to be a run-through station where they leave and don't turn around. Which means we would have to finish the loop first. No highly educated. Now that we have some people working in the clinic, hospital, let's get appropriate ambulances. The FSO Warsaw War. Let's take out a loan. Let's get 4 for now. Not sure if the other clinic is already overly busy. No, both ambulances waiting inside the building right now, but it's a little bit overworked. Could give it more workers, I guess. Or there's like a chance for it to be a little bit overworked. We can still borrow 7 million. Let's combine all the loans. $8 million loan capacity, 18 million we owe. Fuel is really cheap right now. 2,000 again, it went up a bit, but maybe I can utilize our fuel train to help with the fuel imports for now. Hello fun players. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. We will allow each train car to load everything, because I don't really need the bitumen right now. Load fuel. It's gonna cost us a bunch of money doing it that way. But like I said, fuel prices could be coming back up. And right now it's still cheap. 2,000. It's as cheap as it ever was, I guess. Crashing hard. Do you happen to know the radius of the effect for the city accounting office? Like my code monkey said, it's the area of effect of the name tag for the city. So if you build 2 name tags really close to each other, I think it reduces its effective range basically. So anywhere an accounting office would take care of this name, and you would see the statistics of it that way. Without it, you don't. Oh, well, we should also finish the heat pumping stations, I guess, otherwise this whole setup won't work. The rest seems to be pretty much set up. So I guess it's time to shut off the small heating plants and empty them out. Once they're out of coal, we can get rid of them. Remove the road a bit and maybe build something else back here. Or just more housing, get rid of all of the road. I don't know. I'm getting rid of the heating plants before I know that the heating is fine. But I'm pretty sure it will be. Don't usually build them, but did last game. Yeah, I also don't. I should build them though. They take up so many workers though, it feels like. 25 workers. And a bunch of space, it looks like. Passenger trains at most 200 meters, I think. So we'll allow them to switch here. Two parking spaces, and then signaling of the junction has to be done later. I will give them enough space to turn around here for now. Once we start building it. Just leave this a block, I guess. Yeah, passenger train wise we would probably have more shorter trains rather than large trains. Because we're not planning on transporting mostly workers, but regular citizens. For the purpose of like visiting other towns. So the frequency of vehicles would also be important. Last couple years we're struggling a little bit to keep our numbers high for higher education. The new city that we're building could still get a university. We have a medical university and a technical university. A party HQ would still work, I guess, but we don't have a large version of that. Never mind. We do have one. I just didn't see it until now. Nice track construction. Good progress. Just a tunnel missing. And maybe the exit for the train station, of course. I mean, if they are run through train stations, we still have to change the signals, of course. But for the purpose of construction, they can be set up that way. Loyalty back up to 32%. I only got migrants from third world countries, and they don't usually come with that much loyalty, so that is an increase. More drainage at the lovely station. We're going to run passenger trains soon. That one. Sorry, my mistake. You still need the option to leave through here. That's how we designed that stop. Fast passenger trains, 70 kilometers an hour. Whatever the train line can give. So, sort of. Another construction train. What are you doing over here? Driving back, trying to turn around. Our block isn't occupied, I don't think. Shouldn't be. Alright. Strange. Maybe now a construction train can move in here to turn around on its own and it doesn't count as a blocked place. We'll see. Could be helpful splitting up that tunnel at some point with another signal in the middle. Yep, that's a good amount of workers now. Definitely enough food production and alcohol. And meat production also looks good. And it's just going to get better. We will be able to pick up resources from our own production soon. Once the tunnels are done. %42 now for that heat exchanger. 35. 42. Another 44. I have one more heating pipe. However, I want to use it. There's a lot more build space here. As long as we're 400 meters away from the heating plant, we are probably okay. But I wouldn't connect another heat exchanger to a direct connection. We're already running 6. Could also skip the university and just run them by train to the other settlement to study in that university instead. That's why it's here, I guess. Alright. Consider building those train tracks, please. I think you're still building the ones that are very far away. And you've made some progress, but these ones do not have priority right now. What are the other ones you're assigned to? The correct ones, okay. Sure. Concrete block stops vibration to stabilize the machine, I believe. Why are washing machines too heavy? What is... what? Okay. I don't know, Simon. Washing machines do be heavy, I guess, to not throw your clothing around too much. Yeah, once we have the train road hooked up, then we can run a passenger line by train instead of by bus. We're just going to transfer a bunch of people who want to see an attraction that one of the 2 cities might not have. But also university students. Had to move 2 of them along with a drying machine. Your poor grip. Okay. Well, it's over for now. Tomorrow 3 more, right? That's a lot of visitors. How's the iron mine setup looking, now that I'm moving way too many people into the incinerator? It's looking very good. The iron production is a little bit low. 5.3k pop, yeah. Is the heating setup done? Are we just going to say it'll work and we just tear down everything else? Out of power. Thankfully it's 18 degrees right now and it only happened recently. How are you today? I'm starting up my game myself now. I'm good, thank you. Hope you're fine too. Enjoy playing Workers and Resources. We are doing okay. The loans. Yes. The loans. Back to 4.9% interest rate. What in the absolute ever-loving... Oh, rail construction. Of course. Of course there be shenanigans. No, you can't build right now. Neither can you let the trains through. How do you sleep at night? What do you mean? Hello, Mega Monkey. Classical. Oh no, I read the emotes. How could I? All that debt. Oh, with the debt. Well, I just turn the game off and then the debt doesn't increase while I'm asleep. It's fine. It's not a problem. Let's get rid of the large heat exchanger. Because everything will be fine. Just believe in it, and it's going to be alright. What's steel trading at now? Probably over 2,000. 1,960. So it remains stable for the time being. Iron is up a lot. Coal is not much higher. Always looking at the US price because the ruble price is just hit with significant amounts of inflation. But yeah, the lack of iron production is not great. All the houses are full, but one. How did we have so many people before, and now we're struggling to make it work? There's a lot of people at the bus stop. We should be walking over to the cableway station if there's nothing else to do. New entrance. Seems to be picking up a decent amount of workers. Yeah, we're not going to set up a university in the other city. It's fine. I'm probably also not going to carry any students. We're just going to carry workers by passenger train. If I let people study here, it's going to get messy. I think. I mean, it could also work out brilliantly, because the students would stick around in the university for longer every time they get brought there. Where's our fuel train? Is that one running all the time now? Because I didn't give it a way to go back to the depot. Where are you? Wait, what? We just unloaded, yeah? Almost full. Unload bitumen. Get that out of there. You can do one more import, and then you go to the depot. I hope I made no mistake with the heating in Bugodonsk, otherwise it's gonna be a bit of a problem starting September. I put down a lot of heat exchangers, but there could be gaps. If we unload workers at the train station, they can also make their way up to the cableway station, and maybe we could prioritize that. Workers from the train station going up to the cableway station and then being unloaded towards the iron mine. Any excess workers from Zavskoy making their way here, that would be nice. We could also run trains, I think, to some extent. Wouldn't work that smoothly. I would need another short section of track. But hey, at least you turn around on your own now, so that's helpful. Don't have to worry about that anymore. I could run passenger trains as soon as the other station is set up, if I just give them a way to change tracks from this line. Until then, this is all that would be necessary. And we could of course remove it later on. I don't remember if I set up a waste storage for this. No, this one is a large rail construction office, it doesn't need a waste storage. Yeah, let's build that. We can remove it later. Let's assign it and prioritize it. It will be built in a single construction task and allow us to run passenger trains immediately. Given that we have the train station and the tracks hooked up on the other side, which will take a bit. I will allow them to accelerate construction here by... I can't really do that. I could give them another one on that side too. Similar reasoning, similar... a lot of speed gain in construction because they don't have to drive over to the other settlement. Sure, let's build it. High priority. Back to 87 health, looking good. Hopefully going to hold that health throughout winter, or at least not drop too much. 123 people without a workplace. Oh, the train station. Yeah. No workers, no passengers, no one. Just go somewhere else. I guess you can't get to the cableway station from here, and the bus stop. So I guess I will accept people going here, and just tell them to go wherever they want. Workers should prioritize the cableway station. And if the cableway station is full, then they can pick anything else. This should bring a lot of workers there. Increase our iron exports again. Let's try planting some bushes. Last time we did that, the game crashed and it didn't... I don't think it was related to planting bushes, but it crashed and then I didn't plant the bushes again. So from this, they can only go to the cableway station. They can go to the bus stop if we finish that short footpath. Good. You finally did your fuel import. The storage is almost full. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. Any unemployment over here? Not really. Everyone can still go to the food factory and distillery. Lots of spare capacity. Meat storage is almost full. What passenger wagons do we have available for the trains? There was an idea of maybe a train set. I haven't looked at them yet. There is no old school train set. They're all... Well, this one is 1950, but this one already existed in the game. 1949. And they're all not steam. Which is the main issue. A little bit concerned with my refueling station setup. Because if a passenger train goes here and the tail end sticks out, then it can't really switch tracks. So I have to give them a way to switch further back. That way we would be able to run 200-meter long passenger trains in here. They could refuel and then go back to the train station. Or I should plan for a coaling station over here, which makes more sense. Because we don't need to have the passenger trains run this way. I guess it has to be down here. How are we going to build this? I will one's empty. Can be demolished, including the road. We're now relying on the free coal storage here to keep this heating plant running. But back to this setup. I have to redo the train tracks, I think. Now if I do this and they go in to refuel, they would also block the road during that time. How far for 200 meters? Oh my god. We're not gonna have 200 meter passenger trains. That's so much. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Trains can come in, refuel, and then go to the train station, turn around and leave. I would have to have the switch in a way where they have to switch before the coaling station. I mean, it shouldn't delay things too much if they block the exit, I guess, but ideally that wouldn't happen. Is that okay, or is it? Yeah, it's okay. So from here, that would be a smooth corner. I guess that way. Coal has to be delivered by distribution office. We could take over the delivery of coal to the coaling stations by a rail distribution office. would be more efficient, reduce our fuel cost. Not that that seems to be an issue anymore. I mean, it's still hovering around 2,000, but yeah, the price of fuel has stabilized for now. That's more workers, looking good. Let me know when that road is done and I'll hook up the water well. Happiness up to 69. Health still at 87. Traffic jam. Construction train. Now it's decided to turn around on another stop. Which wasn't the plan, trains. That was not the plan. There, we can have that space to turn around on now. If this one somehow is not to your taste anymore. Really? 2 work days? Why not? No, we shouldn't use that. Because it'll get trains confused that want to head back to the rail construction office and then they just move into this block and cause the same problem again. Food and alcohol is full. Meat is also full. Will this cause problems? No, that's fine. We do need both tunnels. Well, we need the right tunnel. Yeah, both tunnels. Train has to arrive this way and also go back this way. Iron exports are probably on the rise last month. Yep. Iron export, clothing, some oil. Can't wait to send extra workers here by train. Even if Sovskoy doesn't make too many, they will be traveling very far and working quite a long time. And if we can travel them there quickly by train, 70 kilometers an hour instead of 40 during winter, that's gonna be pretty good. I did stop looking at passenger cars after I couldn't find a train set, and then I got distracted. Let's see, another tunnel boring machine? Cheap? No. Just checking. Passenger wagons, we got 3. I usually care about the length of the passenger wagon versus its passenger capacity. 16 meters for 65, 22 meters for 95, or 14 meters for 46. This one's probably the best. I have to do some math. (46) divided by 14 is 3.3 passengers per meter. Then 65 divided by 16 is 4, so 0.3 passengers more per meter. And then 95 divided by 22 is definitely 4.3, yeah. That's the one we should be going with if we care about passenger capacity. If we go with 5 of them, we would be at 110 meters. And that would be like 500 passenger capacity. 375. Sorry, 475. That seems pretty good. Can maybe run 2 of those trains and carry the majority of workers somewhere. It's gonna be expensive buying 5 of these, but not too much. The engines are more expensive. Why is that one train blocked? Because you decided that it's okay to move into the refueling station even though you had no right to do so because the block was already... Well, the block wasn't occupied, but... I hate it. terrible setup. You shouldn't let any trains in. Unless there's room for them to move through. So now they can only go in if it's free, because the track of the coaling station technically is also the parking space except for the middle lane. So we can have 2 trains waiting here. I don't know if that makes any sense. Should still allow 3 trains to park here. But it's been set up in a weird way. Oh yeah, iron production. I mean, who knows how long the iron train was parked, but we have enough iron here for 4 trains. Also, how's the heating looking in the settlement? Because I turned off the small heating plants and removed the large heat exchanger. So far it's still looking okay. We have to wait for the temperature to drop some more. And one is empty. Go to the depot. Also empty. And I know I'm repeating myself, but also empty. No maintenance. You're also almost undergoing maintenance. The vehicle not gone. Go here. No. Depot is full. There you go. Now you're gone. No maintenance. Oh yeah, the prisoners. Just the iron mine? Clothing factory might be better because it's closer. Can run more routes more frequently that way. Minus 20 degrees, heating is still looking okay. Some of these houses are struggling a little bit. So that's going to be interesting. There's a heat exchanger right next to you. What are you complaining about? Guess we'll wait until December and see what it looks like at minus 30 and below. So far it looks fairly stable and consistent. Are we building this junction here faster? Yes, we are. Good. Much faster return. Coaling station is also almost set up. Coal deliveries by truck for now. I'm tempted to set up that rail distribution office. It won't be able to bring coal to itself, I guess. Vehicles be getting old. So you can pick either line. The left lane is on the same space as this one. The right lane is also completely free. Probably the right lane, yeah. But this one is still available. I'm just trying to fix the issue with the coaling station. Oh. Crash on autosave, that's not good. Let me check the log file real quick. We'll be loading back in momentarily. No, nothing. Nothing in it. Oh well. It did save 1942, not the year, but 1942 o'clock. So if it loads, then I guess we're fine. Otherwise, we have lost 5 minutes. You will use the last train stop. I don't know if it'll solve it, but this is my attempt at dealing with the issue that trains enter the coaling station and then get stuck. Doesn't happen often, but it's a good enough situation that could ruin a republic if you don't notice it. Loads of workers, very good. I hope the passenger train is going to be fast enough. It should be, I believe. I don't know if we're gonna transfer workers from here to the other city too, because they would also work longer. Like a worker exchange program between the two cities. Oh, actual bushes growing. I don't know about them. They look weird in winter. I don't think they've grown very much. It's minus 30. Temperature is too cold. Why is that? Because there's no workers here. They're growing as fast as they can. Well, they should hurry up. This is concerning. I was pretty sure we would be fine with heating, but it looks like the city is undergoing some rapid transformation. Not enough workers in the heating plant. No, there are. Something happened with the bus route. Okay, this is looking a lot better. I wonder if there was a traffic jam with a train and the buses didn't arrive in time. Like, how could that happen? I don't know. I have no idea. Has the coal storage been fully demolished? Yes, it has. Let's set up the conveyor engine and the new storage. And later on we might just be able to conveyor in some coal from a coal mine. Set up the new coal storage. Hopefully this will last. It should. 25 tons per coal truck. I guess we're using a lot more heating because it's running more efficiently. What is it? I don't know. I guess I can get another 3 dump trucks and make sure it's fine. It happened again. Oh, you freaking... Oh my god, you... No, you didn't even coal. Why did you pick that one? There was already a train on it. I guess that didn't help. I hate you so much. Why do these trigger when they're just driving past? That's some coal trains. They're iron, but yes. Very long trains. Should have just gone to the customs house. $470 work days for the tunnel. At which point, once both tunnels are done, we can bring food to Bugogodonsk by train. Don't have to import it anymore. Food and alcohol. This is still pretty cold, 14 degrees down here. I guess it's okay. Oh no, it was just cold because I guess there was a temporary lack of workers. Seems like it. I'm gonna try and see if I can set up a bus stop here. That will allow me to just deliver the workers for the heating plant to a bus stop that doesn't have to go over the train tracks. I mean, they could just walk there, back and forth basically, supplying the heating plant with workers without relying on a bus route. What do I mean I don't have any bulldozers here? That's a demolition office. Do I really not have any bulldozers in the area? Wait, how did that bulldozer already arrive? I just tried to buy one, but I'm so confused. Okay, where's my coal deliveries? Where are my coal deliveries? I don't want Sovskoy to die. Oh my god. Where coal truck? Okay. So we're good for a little bit longer. Couple days? Let's say that's 75 tons. So at least 10 days. We're not running at full capacity though. That heating plant has to go. Why are you not demolishing that road? Oh, because there's a vehicle inside. Huh. Alright. I don't know, the direct heating seemed a lot more efficient coal-wise. But of course a lot more polluting as well. Temperature too low. 7 degrees again. Why is there no one here? This is unacceptable. Is this gonna work? So how far is this? should be doable. I mean, we could also use an underground tunnel, I guess. It's a little bit awkward. This will be faster to build for sure. That would reach the heating plant by a foot. Maybe later we can build an underground tunnel. I'm not sure if we could make it all the way to the existing bus stop. I don't think so. Yeah, that's 500 meters. Not possible. But yeah, we can send workers to walk over here and keep the heating plant supplied with workers, which right now we are not at all. Not in any reliable form. This is ridiculous. This would be another stop on the route, I think. Not just telling people to walk over here, but the bus stop would also drive to this stop before going over to the clothing factory. So heating is sufficient, but not reliable right now. For lack of workers sometimes making their way to where they should go. Could also, well, this is set to 30 seconds. This should be cycling fast enough. This is not cool. But there's another coal truck here, so it's fine. We can switch over back to the regular storage, then we don't need the trucks anymore. Okay. Once this one has run out, hopefully this one will be supplied. Oh my... Why is this happening now? What? What is causing this? Like, why are they thinking they can go into that stop even though there's already a train there? Oh, that's why. Okay, because the signal is wrong. Alright. Well, back to the depot with you. This time I'll make sure to... Oops, traffic jam. I'll make sure to send you to the customs house instead of back to the iron mine. Those middle chain signals. Yeah, those damn middling chain signals. Happiness down to 54. Not here, I don't think. Right? Yeah, some of them are quite unhappy. But it's probably the city with its insufficient heating all the time. But thankfully the bus stop shouldn't take too long to build. I could just have a single bus running that route constantly, or like I said, force people to walk there, even from the cableway station. But this one is technically always picking up everyone and finding employment for them up here. It should be on the bus route, and excess workers that get unloaded can walk over to the bus stop. Let me know when it's done. Prioritize its construction as well. And you launch to the customs house. That's also not good. You shouldn't be parking there. I have to get rid of these signals again, but this is blocking this road now. But without them, they were going into the... No, we had them before. Did we? I had them on this side before. Let's run it that way. Just a second. Need to do a report. Hello Neo Contra, thank you. Yes, I was muted. That concrete truck is taking ages to get to the platform construction site. Who knows where that one was? I had the idea of mixing passenger trains with resources, but the game doesn't allow you to do that, unfortunately. We're not going to load workers from Bugodonsk, but from Sovsky we can transport them over. I would like more workers in the iron mine because that's an export profit route that is already running. Game doesn't allow passenger and freight mixed? Shame, yeah. Okay, coal storage would have to go towards the road and then have the engine transfer over here. Or we can try to build it out on that side. Build the replacement before we have to tear the old one down. It's all truck based. We could have a train unloading station for coal, like I said last time, somewhere over here. It would need to be in fire station range, but yeah. Alright, let's set this up. Make this a new coal storage, which is hooked up with a proper conveyor, keeping the internal storage of the heating plant full. There's the bus platform. Workers will go to the heating plant before going anywhere else. You will send workers, 50% of them, towards the heating plant platform. And the bus route will also send workers here first. Not loading any from there. It's the second stop now. It's a left-hand turn, but it'll make the heating a lot more reliable, because we are not going to depend on the road being clear anymore to send workers to the heating plant. And any excess workers can still make their way to the clothing factory like before. No passengers, students or tourists on that stop. Immediately they had to send a police car out. Immediate crime. Okay, that does kind of mean you send workers back. All of them, so that will not work. I guess on the return trip? Or not unloading everyone? Or just not letting them go back, just go to the heating plant from here. I mean, that could cause some unemployment, I guess. How am I going to set this up with the bus route? Buses pick up from here, then go here to unload. They would all walk back. I guess we just have to unload them as a transfer. Making sure that we keep some people around here, but then they would unload everyone, like 20%. At most 20% of passengers will be unloaded at the heating plant stop, which could be everyone in the bus if it's not full. But then the bus just goes back to the end station and runs again. Why are you picking? Oh yeah, we're transferring passengers to the bus stop over here from the other settlement. That's such a weird route. Yeah, tiny amount of workers provided by bus, not too many. As a transfer, they will wait, and if they need it, they'll walk to the heating plant, otherwise they'll walk back to the bus stop. So it's a small loop of workers intended to keep the heating plant operational. You didn't pick up anyone. You're a construction office, never mind. Gravel footpath. Okay, now it's working again. It looks like. Why are you all complaining about lack of culture? Probably the reduced productivity from the heating crisis we had. But that one should now be resolved. Okay, as long as the coal is enough, I guess. We still have to switch that over. But we do have a dedicated distribution office here bringing the coal to the area. With quite a few trucks. That's not it. That one. Still no 21-year-olds without their own flat. Still a lot of room for people to move in here. That is going to house a lot of citizens, if we can make sure they don't have any problems. Alright, we got some coal. Hello Project 7. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Thank you for giving the shout out. How was your Siberia run? We're almost ready to meet, I think. Almost. Maybe in 40 years. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite Schwert. We're also playing Workers and Resources on Siberia map. We're tending to our 4th settlement, our 2nd city. We're quite far away from the customs house, but there's a lot more room on Siberia to keep going. 69-hour stream finally ended. I have seen the stream time. That is, well, let's see what Project 7 says. I think Project 7 did not stream that long. No, Pillsbear. We already had a fire burn down one of our distribution offices today because both fire trucks went to repair at the same time. And exactly in that moment, you destroyed one of our buildings. As a brief overview, after I take out a loan to make sure we don't run out of money, while I do that, we started at this customs house, built up a small settlement which is built right around a heating plant, which seems to be working okay. We're almost through winter. People here are still at 72 years of life expectancy, not too bad. It doesn't quite work with a medium heating plant, I don't think. So, the settlement runs a logging industry. We recently got automatic tree replanting for that one, so I can leave that one alone for most of it. And maybe also set the train to actually be able to export boards again. How's in the future? We're also planning our city number 4 for coal. We don't have any loans, but 3 million ruble. Nice. Our fuel price has recovered. It's only at 1.8 thousand now. So economy is slowly settling into something stable. But yeah, we had some fuel issues. Second settlement was an actual city, Bugudonsk, which is running 2 clothing factories and a cableway leading up to the mountain, supplying workers to an iron mine with 4 iron processing plants, where we are loading iron trains for export. We're planning on getting more workers here from our second city. But to get to our second city, we have to go through our second village first. Actual small settlement that is mainly here to run a fire station and a gas station. We had some barracks on this side while we built the other city, but I removed those now. So we had like extra workers living here during that time. Was quite handy. But no need for that anymore. Temporary housing. Going through the tunnel, or if you want, going over the rail bridge and through a rail tunnel, we arrive at city number 2, Sovskoy, which is set up with a food factory, distillery and meat production that has currently run full. We're waiting on 2 tunnels to finish construction so that we can get to the export warehouse for food and alcohol. Meat we're not planning on exporting, that is only for domestic supply. The city itself has been built around a lovely train station, where we will pick up extra workers to bring over to the iron mine in the future. And we recently upgraded our heating to not have any heating plants inside the city anymore, but everything is running through 2 heat pumping stations into small heat exchangers to supply the heat to the city itself. It's still all within less than a kilometer, but I wanted to use the heat pumping stations so I could run large heat pipes out to the heat pumping stations and then distribute it with more connections to the heat exchangers. Alright, that storage is empty. We've switched over to a coal storage that actually has an engine, so the coal inside the heating plant doesn't need trucks anymore. Was a bit of a mess how we ran that before. I like setting up things in a weird way and then slowly fixing them, I guess. I like the free aggregate storages for like smaller heating plants a lot. So you're also planning on city number 4. I guess you don't have any villages? Or... yeah. But yeah, you can see that our settlements are spread out quite a lot. I think we're about 6 kilometers away from here, from the customs house, if I go around this way. Like, that is 6.4 kilometers direct air route, so probably a bit more if we take into account all the curvy roads and stuff. But yeah, we spread out a bit. And we also built a really large rail bridge. Didn't take as long to build as the train tunnel, but that was because it was closer to the rail construction office. These two tunnels were built with no tunnel boring machine, and it took a while. Quite a while. So that's our republic. We're in 1972. Like I've shown before, we got hit by fuel prices going up to over 10,000 rubles per ton. And that ate up all of our profits at that time. So if I go to 1958 on the export market prices, or let's go to the import. 1958 last year. So 1958 paid 2.8 million for fuel imports. Export wise, at that point we were already exporting oil, so we were lucky. I didn't start oil until the middle of 55, and the prices at that point were at around 8,000 rubles per ton. So I tried to not have anything to do with oil. The game did not want to have me do that. One small city without a university, but still bigger than your village. Let's call it a city-like village. We have another cool thing in this republic, now that you're mentioning universities. This city does not have a university. Only Bugogodonsk has a university. Or like, I guess technically it has 3 universities, but we will probably relocate one of them. The way we handle it is we have an excess amount of university educated people, and this whole city has been set up in a way where we micromanage who can move where. So we have certain houses where we allow highly educated people to move into, and they can come from Bugogodonsk. So as long as everything is stable and we have enough highly educated people and we don't have a heating crisis, then the city will fill up with its own highly educated people and we don't need to have a university here. The idea behind this was that we could concentrate everything into a university city that only focuses on bringing highly educated people to the Republic and has the highest loyalty. So you could run a city that doesn't have any production except making highly educated people, and then concentrate all of your efforts with like secret police and loyalty boosting efforts in that city. Because once they move out here, they will have very high loyalty. Not that we have that right now, but that is the concept. We don't have secret police yet. So the idea was to just see if that would work. And it does work. We have a lot of houses with highly educated people that are slowly filling up as people are moving in. Way too many in this city that we don't really need right now. Some highly educated people are just taking over regular work jobs. But yeah, it does work. So having a university city with some student halls could work quite well in that regard. I just have to maybe figure out a city that brings the loyalty up. I also haven't tried the latest radio station and TV station yet. I have seen that they are quite small. At least the TV station is really small. Size-wise, like building size-wise. It's also very small. How many workers are working there, and I don't know how efficient it is, but if it starts boosting loyalty with only 65 workers instead of 190, that could be quite crazy. This building is really small. And you can get it in early start. The radio station early start is larger than that. But of course you have to give electronics to your people. if you want them to be able to use that. And we have not imported any electronics yet. People are quite upset at that. 122 people want to have electronics. Well, they were unable to get electronics recently. So maybe once we start producing our own electronics, can we consider also researching towards a radio, and in this case even a TV station, because I think the TV station might be better now. The small TV station seems really nice, just from requiring fewer workers and occupying a lot less build space. So that was a brief overview of what we have been doing. Currently we're working on hooking up this passenger train station so we can run passenger trains in between the cities. The workers, like I said, from Sovskoye to this train station, so they can walk up to the cableway station and work in the iron mine for now, because we don't need that much food and alcohol. And the passengers between the two cities, so they can visit whatever entertainment buildings we don't have in each city. Is there no liquid fertilizer entrance in the big early start farm? There is not, no. They do not have a pipe input. You just have to truck it in there. Unless they changed it, but I don't think so. I think that's a downside of these early farms. I mean, they still hold a ton. You just have to drive it directly into the building. I've also took the liberty to build a bridge in 5 sections, just so I could make it look a little bit smoother and longer, and utilize some of the spaces between the gaps to run roads underneath, and in the future also footpaths, and do weird cosmetic things to my city. But yeah, the heating I saw from you, Project 7, with the small heat exchangers works very well, as long as you have workers in the heating plant. Which we didn't. But that's okay, now we do. Coal deliveries are looking good. The city was running okay. Like I've shown, we've run heating through small heating pipes over. Drops the temperature in the heat exchanger down to 82 or 81. But it's still enough to heat all the housing. Plus we only have like... We don't have that many houses here, I guess. It works. The other city had the problem with the workers in the heating plant. The bus routes weren't as efficient, so I set up another bus stop where workers cycle back and forth basically to see if they are needed in the heating plant. And if they are, they can walk there without us having to wait for a passing train or anything else. And maybe I'll beautify that in the future. I've also stockpiled a lot of fuel everywhere because of the fuel prices. This is not hooked up to any distribution office. If we need it, we can hook it up and use it if the fuel prices explode again, for example. It's there as an emergency, but now that the fuel prices have recovered, it's basically not worth that much anymore. Overall, we spent 65.6 million rubles on importing fuel, which is twice as much as fabric, our resource we've been importing to make clothing for profit. So you can see that our fuel prices have been quite high. Export-wise, oil made the most money once we started exporting it. It has not made back the import cost of fuel, but it helped negate most of it. Made 61.6 million. Clothing, good profit, and iron working to also be a good profit. Probably overtaking clothing as soon as we can get some workers brought here by train. I need a couple dump trucks in there. Or like a single one would be fine too. you need to go to the rail construction office and pick up waste, construction waste, metal scrap, and then distribute it out to the outside storages next to the currently iron mine. Later on, maybe we will set one up next to the coal mine that can also handle this. Construction waste and metal scrap. And from here we export it by train. The iron trains have 2 train cars each for construction waste and metal scrap reserved for that. So that way we can load fully all train cars with iron. And once that is done, we load whatever is left in the station and export. So the 2 reserved train cars cannot be filled with iron, but they can hold either metal scrap or construction waste. We did split it up between construction waste and metal scrap because if I didn't do that, construction waste might have occupied all 4 train cars during loading and then couldn't have loaded any metal scrap. And that is currently sufficient to run all the exports. And we get some nice big chunky trains running around with that setup. Of course, all still steam locomotives. This is the maximum length we can get. Can't hook up another train car of the same type, it's too long. 450 meters is the maximum length we could go. But this works. What's your plan, Project 7? What are you going to go to next? Are you going to hook up? Are you going to try and like develop towards this area down here and maybe run a route to this medium customs house? Or are you heading towards this location for undisclosed reasons? Because I've also started here. Was struggling for money and then went across the water and found something nice there. You probably know what I'm talking about. I mean, with the settlement of Sovskoy established, we could now look onwards and try and develop further. We had the idea of drilling through the mountain with rail tunnels, going across this side to maybe access this buildable space. There's still all of this flat terrain out here, where we are trying to build a train line to. Still need road access, of course, but we do know that there's a lot of oil in that location. And all the terrain is pretty flat compared to most of the terrain in this map. We've started building train tracks towards this area, but stopped so we could get the passenger tracks up. We want to run a rail line through this mountainside up the hill, or like down the hill here. And then we also need a train that heads through the mountain, like I said, to try and develop different directions. I really want to pay back most of my loan before I keep doing anything else. Like, we're always running on like really low amounts of maximum loan capacity left, and it's been getting scary. When I build a train liquid unloading station and I want to transport their fuel and also fertilizer, is it possible about the same pipe? Yes. And then the pump in 2 separate tanks, or is it needed to use the 2 separate exits? It's possible through the same pipe. You have to make sure that you set the storages to the correct resources before you start pumping, otherwise fertilizer might go into both storages and then it just keeps filling that up with fertilizer. So disable the pump, set the storages, and then let the pump do its thing. So what we did right now here, where one goes into fuel and one goes into bitumen, I just did because it was fine and I didn't want to set up a pump. But yes, you can have a single pipe going out into a pumping station and then splitting into up to 3 storages. Does not really work well with a rail distribution office if you're planning to do that. For a rail distribution office, they should be directly connected. This was our disorganized first city. Everything has been built a little bit cluttered, but also quite organic. We did start flattening out a bit of space down here to get more room for more housing, which worked quite well. I need to consider maybe building something where the old heating plant was located. Could have some more housing here, but need to make sure it's in range of the heat exchanger. We got rid of 3 heating plants in the settlement. We had small heating plants providing a lot of heating to this city. Standing around on the outskirts of the city, it worked okay. They were a little bit affected by pollution, of course, as you do. The main heating came from a large heat exchanger inside the center of the city and the heating plant itself. We tried that on the start when the city got developed, but back then there was an issue with the heat exchanger and we had to resort to just heating plants inside the city. Yeah, distribution offices can't see the storage amounts past pump transfer engines. What they do see is basically that a pump, or like, we can show it with this. No, we can't. I guess I don't have a fluid pump. What they basically see is that the pump holds like an internal storage of like 3.5 tons of something. And they can access that information. Or the pump is empty and it has filled out all the storages past itself. But yes. It does not see the size of the storages behind it. Heating is now nice and stable. I say we haven't received coal deliveries yet to the new storage, which should now start up. And we can remove this one from receiving coal. Maybe even like load coal from here and just run it to the other storage. And once it's empty, we'll demolish this. I set this up with an engine because without an engine, the internal storage runs empty at some point and then you're left with whatever's in the external storage. And your warning message for the coal on the external storage, as soon as it triggers, well, your external storage is empty and the internal one is already empty. So you have no coal to react. If you have an external transfer tower, the coal will be pushed inside the building. And the external storage will run empty first before the internal one. So you should always have the internal storage as a means to react, which gives you like 15 days of time. Oh, and regarding the profits of how we made that much oil profit, to alleviate the fuel cost, those 61.7 million. There you go. Pump check number 1 provided half, maybe even more than half of it. And pump check number 2 we had to develop because at some point it wasn't enough. It's over here. And that is our most profitable export, 2 pump checks with a direct route of trucks running to the customs house. It's ridiculous. They're not even sitting here waiting until loaded. They're running through an end station to line balance themselves, which I had to turn off because there were some issues with it. 30 seconds, let's turn that back to 60. The route is 20 vehicles for 1,530. If I take that number, 1,530 and divide it by 20, we get 76, so yes. I can run it at 60 seconds line spacing and it should not bunch up. Should give the pump more time to refill its storage. Could run it at 76 and then it would be perfect. What about this one back here? This one should also have longer line spacing, I guess. There's not that many vehicles for this route. This one would run perfectly at 60. Divide by 10 is 120 and then by another 2 and you get 60. There are other routes running through here though. For example, our heating bus stop is running this route. Heating / clothing factory. There's a lot of workers making their way there. I'm just going to set this back to variable timing, which should hopefully be enough. We should not run into the issue where the clothing factory runs into, the heating plant runs into a lack of workers anymore. That should now be consistent. A lot fewer workers here now. Come on, buses, do your thing. I should change the route. That end station doesn't really help here. We're just gonna run line spacing. Leave the end station just for the oil trucks. At 60. Well, our rail line construction is slowly making progress. Once we're at the station, as in the last 2 lines behind the coaling station, we should be able to run the passenger train. It's been waiting. It's our old fuel train, repurposed with 5 passenger cars for a capacity of 475 citizens. And we'll probably run 2 or 3 of those, maybe just 2. I don't want to have a high frequency, I just want to be able to carry a lot of workers at once. Probably with line spacing. We can't run line spacing. Probably with... I guess I would need an end station for that to line space them properly. I don't like the train end stations. They're so small. Do not like them. Can you coal and... Oh, they can also hold coal and water. But they don't have... No, they also have water connections. And even aggregate connections. So I guess we could have used that one instead. Early start end stations are even smaller. I don't like them. If they still behave the same way, I guess. Where they suck in the whole train before balancing. I don't want to use them, but I have to. For passenger trains you need like the end stations to do the line spacing, it feels like. Maybe we'll just run a single passenger train, because I don't want to use end stations. We have room for a lot more population growth in this city. A couple hundred more people. And more development too. The heat exchangers are not at capacity yet. Of course it's Siberia, so going over 50% of the heat exchangers maximum drain might be a risk. But maybe we'll just set up another heating plant. Probably after the coal mine has been built. I am running diesel rail construction vehicles here. I need to replace them with coal ones. We need to let the fuel run out here. I said I would use them until I can get coal rail construction vehicles here. Because we set up the rail construction office before the tunnels were done, so we could already start with the development of the train tracks before the connection was made. And the easiest way to do that was the fuel-based ones, which are more than twice as fast as the very slow disassembled steam locomotive that builds at like track building speed of 4 instead of these ones, which can build at 10. And they did a really good job. But now I think it's time to replace them with the steam versions. And yeah, I allowed myself to buy a tunnel boring machine, which is technically released after 1960. I haven't said that yet, but we're trying to not get vehicles after 1960, which were released after 1960. I'm not even getting like some of the more modern trucks, the Skoda, for example, which technically released 1958. But I think I want to not have that run around my Republic, because then it feels like we're in 1960 regular start game mode. But I allowed myself to buy a used tunnel boring machine, with the limitation that we're not allowed to repair it. So once this one is used up, it's going to go to the scrapyard and make us some more money for being turned into around 500 tons of scrap metal and steel. Speaking of, let's go to the customs house and see if there's another used train we can buy. Scrapping trains that have a lot of weight. The price of steel is now at 2,000, so technically if the weight of 252 tons times 2 equals the first number in the price, so 578,000, you could make a profit with that. Steel is at 2,000, so it wouldn't be quite enough to make a profit. This one potentially could. This one seems like it would. 288 tons times 2 would be 500 something thousand. Let's get that electric train and pull it to the scrapyard. Dampfkran, 40 tons for 20,000. That's a bargain. We should definitely pull that to the scrapyard. I need another train that will do that for us, because I don't want to change the passenger train around again. $500,000 rubles. Just a small one to pull trains around. Get a BR-81. No, let's get a Polish one. They go 40 kilometers instead of 45, but they are cheaper. And if we're fast, we can even tell it to pick up trains from the customs house before it wants to refuel. Oh no, it tries to refill now, but I'll still tell it to turn around and... oh, too late. Never mind. I guess it's gonna refuel and then go back to the customs house to pick up the trains, and it should pull them to the scrapyard, not to the depot. Our scrapyard is up here. There's nothing else in the customs house other than the 2 used locomotives. One of our iron train is the same locomotive. Could probably benefit from a slightly more powerful one to have a little bit more oomph on acceleration. But what can I say? I like slow trains. Slow, long trains. They don't have to be slow, but I mean, if I play on normal speed, you can see how slow they actually are. Sovskaya police station running into a bit of a problem. We were running that at very low capacity, and the population count has increased by a lot, so let's give them enough workers to deal with all of the new cases that have piled up. Reducing crime in the area. Looks like the food factory is almost full of workers. We're still not able to export. The tunnel construction isn't done yet. It's getting closer, but yeah. We also might be running out of that fuel soon. Plus the tunnel boring machine kind of needs that fuel too, so I don't know. I guess if it runs out of fuel, or, well, running out of fuel is not correct. I don't know what I'm going to do with the tunnel boring machine. But I should replace those track builders. I want to have steam-powered track builders. Still need to deliver coal here. Could get an EDK. I'm not going to do that. We'll get some O&K Dampfträgkrans, which are slightly worse than the Weimar Dampfkrans, but they're much shorter. Seem to have the same carry capacity. And I don't know. I like them. They look a little bit more modern while still looking fairly old. I guess we'll get one each. I was thinking of using the tunnel boring machines in a way where I can use one tunnel boring machine and a used version only to build one tunnel, and then it has to be discarded, but I don't want to make it too silly in that regard. They were quite convenient. We did not use the tunnel boring machines for the train tunnels leading to this valley, but we used them for these two tunnels only. How's the fuel price? Always worried about the fuel price shooting back up. That's still at 2000. Wood price is slowly increasing, but not by that much. Steel price coming up, tiny bit. Always looking at the US dollar price because that's mostly devoid of any inflation calculations. Quartz stone slowly increasing. Iron is looking really good for us. How much big fields can be served by a big farm? Depends on the tractors and the driving distance towards the fields. I think like start with 8 fields and see how it goes, and if you feel like your tractors and harvesters aren't good enough, then add a distribution office to try and harvest the crops from the fields and get more tractors on harvesters. Otherwise, fields are directly near. I think 8 should be doable, probably 12, but like I would start with 8, especially in early start when the vehicles aren't that efficient. I'm just estimating, I haven't done farming in a while. Which mixer is better to start in? 1930, small or fast, or the larger with one with top speed of 17? I prefer the larger one because you have to use up less vehicle slots for it. Like in a construction office, you have a certain number of vehicle slots. $57 in the max in a normal map. Mega Monkey is calculating with externalizing all of the trucks into its own distribution offices and just having the farm full of harvesters and tractors. If you put trucks into the farm, then you can't handle 57. There you go. That is very important information when you're talking to... When someone asks you how many can... Yeah, you put trucks in it. Yeah, then I would say like start with 8. I think up to 12 is probably doable. Early start probably fewer. But if you want to have 3 full distribution offices with trucks handling all of your fields, then you can go with 57, I guess. We're not talking about farms with distribution offices, we're just talking about farms. Farms with distribution offices are annoying and a waste of money. They only work once you have something behind that, like producing food or alcohol or fabric. Okay, we're keeping up with the cases again. I'll leave the checkbox in. There's not too many cases to go back over 27%. I think that's fine. One track builder has arrived. No fuel for the track builder yet. Which means, I guess, could use a local distribution office to pull coal from the heating plant, or... use a single truck, I guess. I don't have an aggregate distribution office in the area. I could bring them in from Bugu-Godonsk because I already have one over there. But I could also just slowly fill the storage with a single truck. As long as the parking spaces in the rail construction office aren't all fully occupied, we can have a single truck waiting in there until unloaded and it'll be fine. Why is there no one selling food here? Why is everyone dead? What happened? What happened to the settlement? I believe shenanigans were afoot during a traffic jam. Kind of difficult to repopulate the village if no one's providing shopping for food and no one's running the heating plant. The lack of food is not that much of an issue because they can still take the bus route into the city of Bugu-Godonsk to get food, but it's always a good idea to have it nearby. This is our route for workers for Sovskoy, which I guess we don't need anymore. Don't really have a depot here that can hold all of them. Where's the other route? It seemed like it had a lot less buses than I thought it should have. I guess 300 seconds leading towards Bugodons is fine. Could also drive them to Sovskoye now, with the benefit of the tunnel being like not covered in snow for most of the year. Or like all of the year. It's not that far going to Bugodonsk, it's not that far going to Sovskoye. I guess we'll switch them over. I don't have an end station in Sovskoye yet. I guess it's fine. Let's see if the settlement will survive now. For whatever reason it ran empty on workers. I think it was one of the traffic jams. When it was cold, massive traffic jam, and I don't know how that would kill the settlement. Like I said, they have food, they have heating. They shouldn't die off that quickly. Lack of highly educated people running the clinic. That could be a reason. Well, now they have to make it work. That's also another bus route bringing workers from Bugodonsk to the other settlement. That's from when we tried to set everything up. So we didn't have enough vehicles running to... Not enough workers just from the small village. And we brought in loads of people to the bus stops. But that's also kind of obsolete now. There's gonna be a lot of buses heading here. I don't know if I want to demolish them or like dismantle them for scraps or just leave them here to slowly replace other bus routes. I think the latter is fine. Come on, I moved in a lot of highly educated people. Some of you should be able to work in the clinic. What are these highly educated people doing? Time for another research of birth rate increase to make back our population losses. I did spend a research point on getting that tech quite early on. It has been invaluable in helping me test some heating hypotheses. Not all of them were successful. We're only running our heating plants if it's 15 degrees or colder. Above that, they don't have to have any workers. The houses are warm enough at that point. Still no doctor working here. What is going on? Alright, someone decided to finally walk into the small clinic and work there. With a single staff member. Oh no, they've fixed it, okay. That was silly. I should build a really small village, just a food kiosk with a house and a bus stop basically. Wouldn't count for low-tech research points, but would probably be enough to maybe run a fire station. If it's like 10 workers, they could probably make it work. How's the train line looking? I still see construction markers there, so they're not quite done. But it's only a single train track that's missing, and it is getting built right now, so passenger trains can now already run, because the other track is clear. And I guess we'll go on a train ride, and I'll take something to drink. Until we start moving. We'll go fast speed. Go to Pugudonsk first, then to Sovskaya and then back. Is there a traffic jam that I missed? Because there's a lot of dinging. No. It's just there's a bunch of trains here. And this is one of our faster trains, so it shouldn't take too long. Really need to clean out that grass. Autosave. I mean, it's a steam locomotive. It surely would look cooler if I do this, wouldn't it? Both are cool, yeah. Okay, let's run fast speed. Otherwise this is going to take a while. I hope they don't run out of fuel. I only built one coaling station. They don't seem to be consuming that much. Should probably be fine. How many people are we transporting? 4 passengers have made it in. Visiting sports hall, culture, and a doctor. The famous doctors of Sovskoy. Need to have someone visit them. Cool thing about the train is that the free time freezes while they're traveling. They still have the travel time in the vehicle, of course. But yeah. This is pretty neat. Couple workers, some passengers. Praying. I don't know what you want to visit. Praying. They probably just all want to go to the Gallery of the Art, which is going to overwhelm that poor building. But yeah, 52 workers that can make their way up to the iron mine. As long as we get there in time. 3 more hours. Hopefully. I don't even know. Like, the trip here was fine. The trip back is uphill. But it should still be fine. Like, we have a pretty quick steam locomotive. I'm not going to upgrade other parts of the track to prefab panel track. The bridges are prefab panel. There's no option for a wooden bridge. A wooden track bridge, that is. Probably would be too annoying because I assume that bridge would not be upgradable. And now we're stuck behind some resource trains. But we are at only 2 hours, so we got 2 hours left to make it into the train station. We're not loading any workers from Bogodonsk. I don't think that makes any sense. We need more workers in the iron mine. Unless, of course, at some point we need workers in the coal mine, and then we could just have the worker transfer. Looks like the coaling works fine. Lots of spare coal capacity. Excellent. Gallery of the Art. We'll get some visitors now. And they're visiting for quite a while. That one was running up the amount. %400 attraction. Happiness currently at 68. It was quite satisfactory. Hello, Arco Blanco. Welcome. Happiness didn't change much. 6% criminality, but we're working on that. So they should now demand less culture, or like attraction buildings for a while, because they got it satisfied up to 400%. Like I said, I don't want to have a train run consistently, back and forth in a 60-second cycle, because it will probably provide, it will provide employment and culture satisfaction and other things for longer than that. And we don't need to have a full saturation with trains here. Just a few. And I don't want to run end stations for trains, so a single one will be enough, I guess. We'll also keep our rail network somewhat empty with all the long trains running around. I might have to switch all of our trains to the same train speed because the passenger trains are a little bit fast and the resource trains are a little bit slow. So switching them all over to the same engine that has the same top speed would help quite a bit, making everything run more normal. Heritage Steam Railway? Not really. We could decide to bring more workers over here. Did we build? We built that section of track. So it's only really the tunnels now that are missing. And this construction, I guess, the exit of the train station, because this was supposed to run as a train loop. Trains arriving here were supposed to leave and run in a circle around, turning this into a bi-directional roundabout. Okay, looks like we've emptied out the storage, almost. 6 tons left, we're gonna get rid of that. And just demolish it. There's really few workers heading this way now. It's somewhat concerning. Maybe I'll stop unloading anyone at this stop and just ignore that stop and let it run with its own balancing of like workers walking to it. We're sending 50% of all workers from this bus stop to that other bus stop if they can't find employment here. I gotta make sure that it is actually running enough. What is that route? What did I just remove? I think I just removed the... I don't know. I might have just removed it for that one vehicle. Go here. Oh, the unload command. Yeah, the unload command is incorrect. That is probably the reason why we're not getting any workers over there. Because I guess I have had this set up for only a single bus. Pick up workers, unload them here. If you can't get there, workers should be able to make their way over there via this bus platform that has access to a bunch of houses that can send their workers here. And if they don't get picked up, then they just walk back to the other bus stop or nearby workplaces. And we're making a slight profit, but it is a profit nonetheless. Doesn't include the loan repayments, but as long as it's green, we're okay. Sovskoy, what are you doing? We got fuel, we got coal. I guess we're lacking water. Turn the water on now. Where's the other rail construction vehicle? I sent 2 here, did I not? I guess I might have run out of money before buying the second one. Or it's stuck at the customs house. That is also likely because the customs house is pretty busy. It is stuck at the customs house. I really need more workers here. We need to load workers to send them to stop 1, otherwise the rail construction office doesn't really work that well. Hopefully that doesn't reduce our workers in the heating plant too much. Okay, you know what? Just bring workers back and forth, it's fine. Just interchange the workers between the settlements, it's fine. We're not unloading them as a stop, as a transfer though. That might be handy. Just like unloading everyone as a transfer would be a bad idea because the passengers need to go to the buildings where they can get their entertainment, their medicine, whatever, immediately. But the workers, I guess there should be enough employment here to take them. Yeah, they would just walk over to the cableway station, I guess, in that case. And from there they could walk back if they can't find any employment in the food factory, which is probably not going to be a problem. I might have to set up a heating plant and a small police station here to deal with the crime. I should also do that in the iron mine, because that has a lot more workers than the food factory currently does. Is that even true? I think only the iron mine really has a lot of workers. The food factory, distillery and meat processing plant also have quite a few. But yeah, small heating plant here with a single coal delivery and a police station would deal with all the crime that happens in the area, especially on the bus stops that have a lot of workers sitting around most of the time. Oh, birth rate increase has finally finished. The 4 iron processing plants would be needed if we had enough workers to run this at around 220 workers. Which we already had once with the settlement, but then we had to put down another university, we had to increase the amount of workers for the prison, and lots of other small things that lowered the productivity of the facility. There is so few people going to the clothing factory. You're not loading anyone. What is this? Gravel bus stop. Oh, you... Okay, I removed the bus stop unloading the people here. That's what I removed. I was only running the passengers back from this bus stop. I'm bringing passengers from Gugozhny to the bus stop in the clothing factory, because they're bringing workers and passengers to this stop. Because Gugozhny doesn't have that much work to do. And then from this stop I will bring the passengers to the city after the buses have unloaded all the workers into the clothing factory. From Volgodonsk. That looks better. We're actually carrying workers again. Now I could load the workers from here. I think it's fine the way it's set up. Let's leave it this way for now. So many loans. But we are making money. It's not the amount of loan repayments we have, but if I don't spend any extra, it means that we reduce the amount of loans we have over time, because while we might not pay back all of the loan every month, we're paying back half, so it still will go down. Okay, that should be a decent amount of workers for the rail construction office now. Probably way too many. We'll limit this down to 60. Still lacking water. Don't tell me the water pipe didn't get hooked up properly. It is hooked up. It is pumping water. But it's not receiving water? Weird. Is one of them... Wait, that's... Oh my god, I hooked it up to the water substation instead of the rail construction office. I found the issue. That was a dumb mistake. But we're almost there. Just have to bring the water pipe down from here. And hook it up into the existing water pipe. Once the demolition has gone through, the construction should take a week, 2 weeks maybe. I'm fairly confident that the excavation and the laying of the new water pipe will go very quickly. Not counting the demolition time. So the trains heading towards this way might need an upgrade of the engine, like I've mentioned before, just so that they can run faster. This one is already top speed, but the construction materials heading this way, and I'm thinking also the citizen goods might use the older ones, smaller ones. Yeah, they're using the BR80. And that can slow down the passenger train, I guess. I think it's time to put the dump trucks for quarried stone on hold because most of the construction is done. Oh yeah, all vehicles here have arrived, good. I think I'm gonna get rid of them. Some of them have already been used as replacement vehicles, I think. Never mind. Wait until unloaded. Go into a depot. Why is this rail construction not continuing? I guess one of the reasons is the lack of water. can now get under control. Some gravel, boards, concrete, steel, all in the area. Should not take long at all. I've also pumped a lot of bad quality water into the substation, which people had to drink here. So that's the problem. I guess that also got people sick. It might be useful to hook up the sewage tank to the discharge, because the rail construction office produces a lot of sewage. Excavator almost done, and yeah, the rest is just some steel and laying the pipe. That shouldn't really slow down the other rail construction vehicles though, should it? Engaged, rail track. Let me get rid of that dirt road. Careful with the removal of footpaths here, otherwise we might hit a footpath tunnel. Oh, there's a track builder. Okay, they're making good progress, yeah. And once we have water, the other two track builders can build the train station tracks, I guess. Would be better if they were building the tunnel, because they would get more done. But it's okay. I could move the fuel-based vehicles away into the scrapyard, and I'll probably will. Let's do that. They've served their purpose, they hooked everything up. But we are relying on different track builders. Once that has been achieved. Now we just need water, which has been hooked up. Just a few workers. A ton of passengers. And more workers back. Lots of students too. I should not be loading people who want to get a university education, I think. For the reason that I described earlier, where all of the university education is coming out of one city, and no one gets brought there to get a higher education. They all just get educated in the city and then move out. It's not the best city to run that education, and we might relocate the university over here, just using the other city university for research. But right now that is how it's running. Hello Lopo. Welcome. Yeah, put the tunnels on higher priority. Hello, Frontum. Welcome. Looks like we can also get rid of these trucks now. Go here, unload, wait until unloaded if you have to, and then go to a road depot. Still stuck. Any windmills? No, that's future tech. That is from very far in the future. 1948. It's way too advanced. That is a decent number of workers now appearing on the train station. Hopefully the passenger train can load a couple of them and bring them to the iron mine. And maybe I have to bite the bullet and do the end station and line space some passenger trains. Even though I don't really want to. How many people have to die in the future, not modeled in the game, for you to be satisfied with your fossil fuel use? More than double. Yeah, that too. All of them. Kill them all. Turn them into fossil fuel. Happiness at 69 and in climbing. Health at 87. Insufficient or polluted drinking water. Yeah, I'm trying to deal with that. I'm sorry. I won't really be able to flush things out well. I'll just hook this up, I guess. It makes so much sewage though. Temporary connection. No, let's not do the temporary connection. Let's run the sewage pipe past here. It's going to head this way in the future anyway, so we might as well hook it up proper already. And then we can run a sewage pipe from the city along the road here to the same thing. And maybe have another switch in case there's anything else hooking up along the other road. No, you're not. You're not saying what we're all thinking. That's illegal. Oh my god, what's going on with the power price? Why is that ticking up so quickly? Coal is pretty cheap still. I guess the inflation in rubles is just going up and up and up. No, I'm not thinking that. Not that, no. We should upgrade the road to the bridge. I guess there's no footpath that warns anyone walking up or down the road here right now. So no need for that. A little bit concerned with the lack of a fire station next to the heating plant, I gotta say. This could be a death sentence if this burns down. The closest fire station is not that far away, but it is, well, it is still quite far away. It also has the oil well in range, and even can get over to the food factory. I guess it is pretty close. I just like having a fire station right next to the heating plant. Even if it's only a fire truck with 5 workers, it should delay until the other fire station can send its vehicle over. We will build a fire station over here. No, I'm not thinking about that either. Let's just not try to pull the discussion of the Twitch stream into an area where it's not about the Twitch stream anymore. Because that would make everyone watching for the game feel a bit weird. Hello, Tufanak. Oh, you have many worker brothers. Thank you. You didn't actually load... Oh, you did load all the workers. I guess the bus is stuck in and picked up more. You got 100 workers. How's the iron mine doing? Pretty good. If we get workers here every now and then, should have no problem keeping up with the iron production. Cableway station. Holding in enough workers. We're sending all workers to the cableway station first, before other buildings from the train station, so if they get unloaded here, that's where they go. This game does pull more viewers than others. There must be around 40 people here just for workers and resources. It is very popular, because it now has steam locomotives, and who can blame them? I wish the smoke would be white instead of black, but I guess it's the artistic rendition of a steam locomotive. Usually they don't run with that much coal smoke. Oh, you're coaling. Filling the train with coal before unloading. We did plan for that, and you have enough time. It takes a bit longer than the fuel train. Lots of workers should be appearing here now. As soon as they have walked all their way through the city. I don't know where they are. Oh, there. There they are. They're arriving right now. So now they're getting moved over to the cableway, through the cableway to the iron mine. That's a nice boost of workers. Who isn't here for workers and resources? Me. You monster. Oh, sorry. That was Mega Monkey. You monster! There we go. But yeah, Sovskoy is now stable. Heating is okay. We don't have anyone living in range of the heating plant. Could probably make that a thing, especially with like higher quality footpaths. Want your streamer to play a different game, but I'm here regardless for trolling. I was thinking of playing Clanfolk today. I'm still thinking about playing Clanfolk right now. Smokeless coal was developed in the 40s and 50s. I'm not thinking smokeless coal. I'm thinking really old train engines were just running a whiter smoke when the coal was burning efficiently. Because when you're running black smoke, the coal is the smoke is mostly like coal vapors exhausting that haven't burned properly. Why does Mega Monkey have a high-pitched voice? That is a state secret. I will not. Can't trust Mega Monkey. Doesn't help being upside down. That's true. They need to be like full of helium so they stay glued to the earth and don't fall down. They ration helium in Australia. It's kinda expensive. Look at all the tech we do not research. Modern industry, streamline logistics, boost Republic economy throughput, efficiency. And it keeps blowing away, yeah. And you get sued by Disney when you say the wrong thing. It's horrible. "10 work days. Then one of the tunnels is done, the other one still needs 200. But once that is completed, we'll be able to run our export. What is your problem? I guess there's no signals here. We're waiting on the rail construction to finish. They could turn around here, I guess. But for that we need the train station to be hooked up, so they can take one of these rail lines to go in here to continue construction. I'll just wait until the construction is done and babysit it a little bit. This tunnel is done anyway. Actually, they can also get to the tunnel construction from this side if they wanted to. Would take it a little bit longer, but wouldn't be the worst. What do you mean construction stopped? Oh, it's driving to the end of the tunnel to build the last bit of train track. Human? Sydney Become Human? That's a weird game. Or like, I don't know. Marmite Become Human? That doesn't make any sense. The first time I heard Marmite, I thought it was a medicine. And I saw Marmite and my opinion didn't change, although it was quite black for being a food. Need to catch a Mega Monkey stream so I can learn all the lore. I think Mega Monkey times the streams perfectly where you're in kindergarten. I don't know. It's a coincidence, I swear. It's Marmite or Vegemite, the Australian one. I think... Oh, was it Vegemite? Marmite is British. It's Vegemite, yeah. I'm sorry. What does the one passenger want here? Praying. No, sport. You want to go visit a sports hall here? And you come all the way to this city to just walk into the sports hall where the sewage tank is overflowing. Apparently. Because the sewage truck is not enough anymore. Can we hook this up so it gets built and the sewage issues go away, please? Because this one is only able to handle so much, I guess. I have Marmite daily. I don't know much about Marmite. I was getting it confused with Vegemite, which is I don't know, the devil's toast spread or something like that. Which of the motor oil residue condiments is the correct one? That looks... yeah, it looks pretty similar, like... it looks like Australian WD-40 or like lug nut fat. I don't know. I've actually eaten Marmite, it's okay. Yeah, Marmite looks okay. Marmite looks like someone couldn't afford Nutella, so they got like a jar of like Nutella that was like 10% full and then stretched it with water. I don't know. Vegemite looks... I don't know. The trick is less is more with Marmite. Well, see, that's where I'm already on the correct path, because I have none. So that is, you can't have less than none. Less is more. Well, how about 0? I'm gonna have a sour candy for that joke. These are milder versions. I'm gonna go and buy the vegan one again. That was really sharp. Probably not for being vegan, but the sour coating had a lot more punch to it. Eating ASMR? No. bad idea. Tim Tams were very sweet, but the problem is after you have them again the second day, they're not as sweet and they just melt. They're so dangerous. Be very careful with that. You've shown your cookery skills. I did a video game cookery, yeah. Getting very stressed out at how detailed it felt. I still need to run that game again and do like some attempt at pizza making. Oh boy, it's 10 PM to get my 9 hours of sleep in before kindergarten. You better do that, Lopo. It's nights out. Take your Bobby car and go to bed. Well, Lopo said he got like a driver's license recently, which is like code for I was playing with a toy car and now I think I can drive a vehicle. Yeah, no stream trolling on your phone. Lights out. So single small fire truck here, old one of course. IMO 15 should be enough. Hopefully they're smart enough where they will send a support vehicle and don't leave that single vehicle hanging, hoping that it can put out the fire on its own. Those sewage tank issues are not great. Why are you having so much sewage? They're probably just all piled up because as soon as the Royal Construction Office started producing its own sewage, it was like game over for a single sewage truck trying to run this whole settlement. I should probably add a technical service with at least 2 trucks. I guess it's keeping up slowly. Very slowly. Should be okay. That passenger locomotive is so quick. And then it has to stop because of the slow resource train. I'm going to give you a new engine. And then the import train for citizen goods. And another one. Alright. Good night, Lobo. Tomorrow, unless I get the workers and resources fever again, I'm planning on probably clan folk, but this game is just too addicting right now. I just spent $1 million on train engines. Why would I do that? Heading towards the customs house, I don't think so. Going to the... oh, it's full. Uh, Still full. Going to the depot, get a new engine. Still very few workers in the clothing factories. I guess the workers from the train station were all funneling to the cableway station, and there's always enough room for workers in the iron mine setup. Do I get another passenger train? There's a lot of workers here. They could all go to the iron mine. We don't really have any line spacing, and I'm not planning on getting any, but we could run a second train. It would work. No? There we go. Where's the other train? There it is. Alright, we'll replace your engine and then you can run faster. The other ones can stay with the slow engines. For now. I mean, it wouldn't be bad having faster engines in general. They are less coal efficient though, but coal isn't really a concern still. They make that back-end profit. And yeah, I guess I'll get another passenger train. It makes sense, I think. Hello Knakala, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I need to keep 2 train cars here, so I can copy the schedule over. There we go. I know you should be able to run. And the other steam locomotive is still in the customs house because it got a little bit piled up. But that's okay. That's our resource delivery train for construction materials. That one runs to the other city, therefore it needs to be faster. And we'll probably scrap both these engines, maybe just one of them, and use the other one to pull new materials out of the customs house. I don't know. And yes, one more steam locomotive for running another passenger train. There you go. You take over. We'll buy 5 passenger train cars. The 4 axle. And pick them up from the customs house. And hope to not run out of money. The signal isn't ideal. I'm probably gonna get rid of that. See if the trains can organize themselves through this section a little bit better. Because this train didn't really have to wait until now. Could also use a better engine. I don't know. Maybe I should just use 4. Right now they're not being fully utilized because the train station doesn't hold that many workers just yet. Well, workers and passengers. Not going to use the students. Lots of workers in the rail construction office, which will become available to also pick up by train as soon as all of the rail construction tasks are done, and yeah, they're working on it. Train heading for repairs, makes sense. Oh, let me check if the village is stable. The one that we just looked at and was completely empty. Yeah, it's stable again. Must have been something with a traffic jam that got missed for too long, and or like a power outage and the heating was out for too long. Could be the reason. Alright, on the passenger route, I guess. Which refueling station are you using? Oh, you're actually using that one. Perfect. I was worried you were gonna do a right-hand turn and go to that station. But you're not, which is good. So many passengers. What if we retrofit a train station into this settlement and pick up passengers from here too? Then we could get rid of the bus route. Oil price has dropped even more. Fuel price shrinking. The golden days of oil export and almost dying because of the fuel import are over. Other resources are more important again, and that's a good thing. Looks like the tunnel construction is almost done. 30 work days left. So, one, maybe two more construction tasks. And now finish the track at the station. I'm not sure if the loop around track for the trains here is a good idea. Because this is a bit of a detour instead of just turning around. It should still be enough, but... Yeah, at the station I guess they have the right to turn around. .61 workers coming from the other city and picking up 130 workers in return up to. And then the other passenger train arriving a little bit early, but not too much. Maybe I will run the loop. Yeah. We'll run the loop. Get rid of this short section here that allows the trains to return out the other direction and just set up the signals. I mean, it's still useful for construction trains, I guess. But this is a little bit too much delay, I think. Need the right tunnel to be completed, and then we can run the loop. I hope we're not getting unemployment from the trains having the delay before they started to run. I have an hour. Minutes. Looks good, I think. There's no refueling right now, so that's why it still looks good. Otherwise it wouldn't have worked. Just making it in time. Okay, then yeah, that delay was pretty much running around the lake once. Felt like it was even longer than that. We'll try it with the loop, and if it works, we'll keep it that way, because it's a reliable way to move the trains out of the station and not having to wait for more incoming traffic. We can also, of course, loop them around the other direction, so the other travel has priority, which means I would have to give them a waypoint on this side of the track so that they come around from the other side. And I think that makes more sense, because the travel back from Sovskoye to Bugodonsk is more important. So in here we'll set up a waypoint to go through this signal. Or let's do a signal that's further away, so they can't turn around anymore. That signal. There we go. Other tunnel also done. Signals can now be set up properly. This isn't even set up on this. This isn't even set up correctly on this side. Oh my god, what am I doing? What a mess. Well, we'll fix it. They can still run this way, it's just slightly irritating. I'll be able to run into the upper train station. But this one has to hook up to the same track, and this track needs to be disconnected and hooked up into this track. So they need to be reworked. Once demolition is done, we can reduce the amount of workers in the rail construction office, which will allow more workers to stay on the train platform. I'm waiting for a passenger train to see if everything is fine. Granted, there will be some rail construction in the way, but we should still be able to see if everything at least looks to be in order. You got an hour. You're fine. If there wasn't anyone doing signals right now on the train track, you would have no problem making it to the train station in time. I think. Too many boards and steel. Well, can't really change that. Shouldn't the new block sections change color when you add signals? They're blue and light blue. They're orange for a switch and purple for a complex junction, I guess, like very complex junction. Yeah, the two shades of blue are not as easily distinguishable. Okay, time to hook up the tracks correctly. Sure, you can build that footpath if you want. That should do it. Why can't you get there? From this side? Weird. Oh, it might be the snapping tool again. Let's leave snapping disabled. Get rid of that point. Is there something wrong with the whole track here? Did I miss a signal being flipped the wrong way? Oh yeah, oops. I guess the passenger trains might have not made it. Why is this one completely wrong? I'm sorry, passenger trains, I messed up. No one made it. The way I heard it, purple is no bueno. Well, you might find that I disagree. I like my large purple blocks. Purple blocks with signals in them are no bueno, but the trains are pretty smart to figure the purple blocks out by themselves if you give them enough space. 285 workers. Now, if only we could make you, like, wait a little bit. Purple is fine, just means there's a junction. Having the same colored blocks touching each other is usually where you might run into issues. That's how I heard it, but I do what I want. It's fine. Rail construction of 1 work day left. We're getting used to that, I guess. Where's the rail construction vehicle? Is it driving all the way around the outside? Yeah, there it is. 30 work days, probably also 2 construction tasks. But yeah, then just signal everything, with the lower track being the one running counterclockwise and the upper 2 tracks running counterclockwise. And the outside 2 tracks are run through, where they can just go past the whole station without having to go into it if they are not assigned to go into it. Why are there so many ambulances again? Why are there so many patients? What's going on? Do we have a... Oh my god. That waste storage is overfilled because no one can drive to it, I guess. Is that the reason? It should be, no? Might just be a lack of waste trucks. Why are you struggling? It's the 1 kilometer setting, I think. Right? I need a proper technical service with some waste trucks to handle this. But yeah, I guess that was also killing a bunch of people. Let's get another small waste truck. Make sure we have... Oh, I ran out of money. I guess people were dying because we had no heating for some time again. There's your problem. Four workdays on the other construction task. Well, that explains a lot of people trying to get to the hospital. We had a drop of 15 points of health and a bit on happiness too. 7,943 people affected by low temperature, which is more than the 6,000 people that we have. That can only mean one thing. Massive population drop. It's not that large. Well, it will still go down because regaining health will take some time. Passenger train. And yes, you arrive here with enough time. Barely, but you have enough time. And the other direction is more important. Is it Siberian map? Yes, we're on Siberia. We started in the southeast this time. We started in the west and we started in the south, so I guess we used all of the eastern starts. I think starting on the western border is not really going to be possible. Okay, I told you to keep moving too late, so you're going to lose your passengers. Is the other city doing fine? I haven't looked. I know workers can get to the heating plant, but if there's no money and no electricity, then same issue. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. It's getting late. 7-hour stream during a workday, man. But at least the rail connection is now hooked up. And I really feel like I need an end station, but hooking that up, going between two stops is annoying. It kind of needs to be behind... Wait. What if we put the end station back here? We won't use it for refueling. Could be neat, but just put the end station here and line space that way. And since we're not moving any coal to it, might be okay. I will probably use this road connection. And yeah, hook up that as an end station. We can get nice line spacing in, and for most of the track, we don't have a run-through station where they run through the end station. It's just an end station at the end of a terminus station, and I'm okay with that, I think. G terraforming. It's just faster. It doesn't do anything you can't do with the regular terraforming. But yes, it is kind of cheating because it doesn't require that much fuel to terraform. I just don't want to wait that long. So the only thing you're saving is fuel and time. Oh. You're moving in yourself. Coaling station. I mean, if I use the coaling, like, this as a refueling station, we wouldn't run into the issue with passengers on the line potentially getting delayed from a refueling attempt, but I don't know. I kind of wish we could use the coaling stations as an end station, as a line spacing station. Or just force refuel them. Quite far for a fire truck through a gravel road that is not plowed, but I'm sure it'll be fine. If the end station burns down, it wouldn't be the worst anyway, because the line would just keep running. Okay, this has now been built too, so now it can be signaled correctly. Still a lot of ambulances. I guess it takes a while before the health recovers. Okay, now I want to run more passenger trains. Because I figured out a way to do the end station which doesn't annoy me, I guess. I'm not sure if the end station is set up in a way where they can enter on both sides and also leave on both sides. Because that's the way we've set it up now. I hope that works. I guess we're going to test that and then probably call the stream to a close for today. So, pollution from waste, not an issue in the area. The 100% in the waste incinerator up there is just because of have a transfer in between here, so the waste from this does not go through, but as long as the transfer is empty, it's fine. So that's kind of planned. This fire station shouldn't be full, but it is because I never really emptied it out, so... And I didn't do that because I never assigned the mixed waste. There you go. Other than that, the waste in Sovskoy is now being handled correctly. Okay, still need to set up the technical service in the area for that purpose. Still running free technical services. If we're running more trains, then they need fewer train cars. Probably run them with 4 train cars each. Now I want to use this for refueling. You could run every train through an end station. It's more compact than the coaling stations. I guess the only downside that the end stations have is they don't automatically accept the train to just drive through it if it's not assigned to the end station. Okay, while that gets built, I guess we'll change the trains to 4 train cars each. And hook up another train. This one gets used only for line spacing unless I really feel like I want to make the refueling as efficient as possible. I mean, it just requires me to... We don't need the coaling station. It saddens me to say that, but we could get rid of the coaling station. Because like I said, it's only important if a train runs through there. And we're going to use a refueling at the end station, I guess. Bring the coal here instead. Wait until the coaling station is empty and just get rid of it. Including the water pump. I know. It's pretty bad, I know. It's a vital possible refuel location for other trains. There's no train running between the 2 settlements that doesn't go to the customs house. And also they will pick the other refueling point instead of this one. So no, this one will not stay here, it's going to be removed. And maybe I should even bring the junction back a little bit, but I guess that's... If I make this a proper... I don't even need this anymore. They would all come in on the right lane, go through the end station, come out the right track again. It's so weird. End stations are so weird. They pick whichever is closest to their location when they decide they want fuel. I have heard that they pick a train refueling station that is directly on their route, like where the path is running through first, before one that is closer. I'm not sure what the distance limit is, but that's what I've heard. We'll unload the coaling station. He's still going. Yes. We want to set up the end station and potentially get rid of the coaling station. I always get confused with rail signals. What's your default rail signal system? Chain signal into junctions and regular signals out of junctions. And then if you have a lot of junctions close to each other, you just leave the junction empty and the trains figure it out themselves. So this junction and this junction, I'm not putting signals here or here. I'm just leaving this all for the trains to figure out themselves. They can have multiple trains go through these junctions and be fine. As soon as you have extra junctions, a train can only see what's right after the signal it's like standing at. So this train and a train parked here can figure this whole junction out by themselves with each other without any intervention. But as soon as you start putting extra signals in, they get confused. But yeah, basic chain into a junction, regular signal out of a junction is the default. If you have a terminus setup, like where they drive into a station and then have to go back out, then you need a mixed signal, because it's a regular signal out of the junction and a chain signal into the junction, which is the switch. That's the basics. Junctions should never be touching another junction. If they are, then they are too close and need to be one big signal block, like this is showing. Yeah. I guess the largest block we have is over here, where this junction goes into another junction, goes into this junction, and it is all one big block. This purple block here. There's no signals, especially since I'm using long trains. And the trains will figure it all out by themselves. I'm giving them a parking space here with a mixed signal. And then the train stops are designated individual areas. But the large junction I'm not trying to micromanage with signals. I do love your long trains, thank you. I like them very much too. And I'm glad that people do like them as well. What's not to like? Slow, lumbering, long trains that feel like they're running on regular speed when you're playing the game at fast speed. A block should always be longer than your longest train. That is not correct. The block right after a junction should be longer than your longest train. So here I haven't set it up correctly yet because that junction appeared later, but if let's go to a regular space. So for example here, imagine we have a 450 meter resource train and that wants to go through this junction, and you set up like signal and signal and signal. The train might enter and get to the signal and then it's blocked, and then it would park here, leaving the tail end sticking out onto the junction. So you need to make sure it only enters the junction when there's at least the length of the train for it to wait at the signal, which is this one. And I've set it up in a way where we have 450 meters length here. So if a long train enters the junction, it can park here and not block the junction. Everything after that first signal can be a lot of smaller signals to speed up traffic. So as soon as the train gets past this block, the other train would start, and then it would leave through all of these signals to allow the other train pretty fast passage. And then we have the same thing here, but on the other track, because trains leave this junction on the upper track, and the first signal for that is over here. So you can have a lot of signals, but not right after junctions. There you need to make sure that trains can actually get out of the junction and get out of the way. Need more trains. I'm working on it. Why am I listening to you? It's terrible advice. Oh god, I can't stop. More trains. Sticking now, that makes sense. Feel stupid for not realizing this myself. That's okay, I've built wrong rail setups when Mega Monkey corrected me. So I didn't know that one too. And it's normal for that to not click because it's not intuitive. It's 150 meters the max train length. With unmodded games, yes. With modded games you can have a rail distribution office that can send out longer trains, I think. But I haven't tried that one yet. Any good scrapping while we're at it? Maybe another tunnel boring machine would be nice. No tunnel boring machine. No, nothing good to scrap, unfortunately. No, I kind of feel like I have to upgrade the road to asphalt too. We should do that. Make sure that fire trucks can get here at a reasonable pace. Because this is pretty slow for a fire truck, should the end station catch fire. It's going to be our refueling point, and therefore become kind of mandatory for the whole route. There's no other junction here, so this should be able to upgrade in one smooth way up to the water well at least. I need to demolish this and replace it with regular track. Are the end stations... No, they're not connected to a sewage station, okay. So it shouldn't cause any excess sewage here, like a rail construction office. Okay, let's get rid of the rest of the coal and demolish this thing. Before we do that, wondering about how the train track curve will look like. Because right now it's a solid, straight piece of track. I will demolish these two pieces of train track first, and then demolish the coaling station and see if we can hook up a nice smooth track after. Oh my god, it's 11 PM. I did say I will finish this proper. Prime time. Vegemite time. (3 PM in Wyoming. Can't stop, won't stop. I will have to stop. Definitely. Must stop. Well, let's set up the other passenger train, I guess. It's not that much difficulty to that. Just drag the train cars onto it, add it to the route, and then we have 3 trains on this route. But we still need to add the new stop to it, the end station. When does Project 7 wake up? I guess he just went to bed like a couple hours ago, so I don't know. Maybe streaming in 10 hours? If he has time, I don't know. Are you gonna keep streaming for that time, Mega Monkey, and then like just like make it a continuous loop until Project 7 comes back? Just like 24/7 workers and resources shenanigans. That'd be crazy. Maybe. Well, we gotta keep the workers and resources train going. Can't stop now. You said it. Oh, Simon said it, I guess. I wonder, like, if you play with the early start vehicles for a while and you then suddenly do like a regular game from like 1970 or 80, everything would feel so much faster. Too fast, yeah. Ridiculously fast. You can't stop because I just clocked out and want to watch. Hello Barbados. That is not a valid argument for me, I'm sorry. That's too much. You can watch the VOD. We killed a bunch of people, again. Railway needs to have rail signals. But I can't backseat or come with good ideas in the VOD. True. There are downsides to the VOD. Once the demolition here is done, then yeah, we'll set up the train track, run the route, and then hopefully everything will be fine. Where are you going? Oh, you're coming back from another demolition task. Makes sense. Go refuel. Mega, you're covering the European night with workers, right? I hope so. Everyone's counting on Mega Monkey. "7 AM, time for bed." No way. Irresponsible. At Bogotodonsk, you load, then waypoint. Sovskoye platform, you can do both at the same time. Then you head here to unload, and then you go to the end station. Well, there's the water. I guess we can bring coal here now too. Once we upgraded both the roads. Alright. That's the coaling station demolished. Just waiting on the waste pickup now. And I guess we'll do the asphalt road now. The long... oh, there's... okay, I guess there's another junction here. But that doesn't interrupt us. That should be a single piece of road. Needing quite a bit of asphalt. During that time, I guess we can bring the coal in from that side. Until the road has been upgraded. Lots of prisoners escaped this year. Maybe during a power outage. Loans do be stacking up, yeah. Because we're always doing more stuff. Didn't really wait until we paid back all the loans. Okay, 2 train track construction tasks. I will, I guess, leave this area up here just in case trains need to do something weird. Man, it does look kinda odd. It's okay. What are your income sources? Iron, clothing, some oil. For the longest time it was oil. 2 oil wells. Now iron and clothing have finally overtaken it. But only recently. Over time, the small amount of oil export we did when it was really expensive. It was a lot of, very expensive. Two construction tasks to get the tracks done, maybe 3. Not too bad. The wood industry will boom soon, surely. Copium. Oh yeah, we're also exporting wood. As you can see, down there for 35,909 rubles. It's there too. VZ252, yeah. Very handy vehicles. Now we're just waiting on these tracks to finish and then the trains can run. After we correct the signals. Did I turn off the other rail construction office to send more workers to the train station? Not yet. I mean, there's still more work to be done in that city, the technical services, but by and large it is functioning now. Thank you very much for the follows, Anders. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Looks like 2 rail construction tasks for you. Good progress on the road construction. I hope this works. I think they just switch track when they go into an end station and then come back out. It might even be possible to use both tracks the way I envisioned it, but I'm gonna make this a run-through station now, with the end station in mind. Yep. 1 more construction task each and then the tracks are done. Three passenger trains. We shouldn't be overdoing them. They're gonna be nice to have. They're gonna be pretty high capacity. 380 workers, passengers still. But yeah, with 3 of them, they're gonna be quite consistent. Just waiting on the construction vehicles now. Check the route again from here to the waypoint in Sovskoye to run the loop clockwise into the train platform return trip. I mean, if we ran this loop counterclockwise, we wouldn't have a traffic issue at this junction potentially. Yeah, let's do that. Let's switch it over. Hello Tycoon Veteran. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Thank you for giving the shout out. Oh, that's the wrong signal. The wrong waypoint. We need to go here from Sovskoye. Roadcraft. Oh, you've been streaming Roadcraft? How is that? How's the new DLC? It's fun. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I've been playing it for a couple hours in the last week. Way too much time. But yeah, welcome Raiders. I'm the Sprite Trudge. We're playing Workers and Resources with the early start DLC. Lots of new buildings. Lots of different residential buildings, if you know what Workers and Resources is. It might be exciting to know that there's customizable liveries on buildings now, for those that got added. And for people who don't know what Workers and Resources is, it's a city building game. Think something like City Skylines, but nothing really happens without your interaction. So it's more like Tropico meets City Skylines, where Every building, every infrastructure has to be placed manually. Because it's trying to simulate a planned economy. Also with the DLC we now have steam trains. If I can find one. Yeah, let's look at that one. We're running long trains here. Loads and loads of long trains. What is this? This power line has never been demolished, I guess. I don't know why. Oh, it's been paused. Sure. It's been paused for a very long time. We can demolish that now. Your raiders know for sure? Excellent. But yeah, steam locomotives, new buildings. And as a functionality change, the steam locomotives require water and coal to run. So you have things like a coaling station that they can refuel on. As a alternative to a a fuel station. And there are a few amounts of new crafting recipes, alternatives for the appropriate error setting, where you can make electrical components out of gravel, steel, and chemicals. Gravel is the replacement resource for plastics. And electronics themselves are made out of electronic components, mechanical components, and boards. Boards replacing plastics. So those are the two major changes in regards to crafting recipes. I don't think there's any other ones. But yeah, lots of new residential buildings, new radio station and TV station. Just era appropriate housing, basically. It's 1973 and I'm still trying to stick with the old buildings. I don't want to run any more modern ones. I feel like the old ones are quite nice to look at. We have set up a new train station in the hope that we can now run passenger trains correctly. Would probably be a good idea to maybe run them through the end station first, but yeah, maybe the end station first would be a good idea. That's the first passenger train. Slightly larger model. Can run up to 100 kilometers an hour. One of the big changes also in this DLC is that you get a new research tree which has new technologies, so you don't start with everything right away. Certain tech is gated behind years, which also means you don't start with all power poles, for example. You have to research better, higher voltage wires to actually be able to use them. Previously there was only 18 megawatts, now there's more locked behind that. Uranium mining only available starting 1940, for example. Waste management starting 1935 with waste separation. And energy from waste much later. These are the new structural researches where you get better housing. Feudalism, Soviet modernism, modern industry, so you can get access to, for example, better gravel processing, which is the gravel processing plant where everything is connected by conveyors. You don't start with that in early start. You have to use the quarries with a processing plant that, well, is the smaller one that people don't tend to use. So that's the one you will have to use during early start. Okay, let's make sure this route is running correctly. What is your problem? Get in. Oh, yeah, we have to run the end station first in this route. End station, go here, load everyone through the train station, the signal, and then back. Unload. Quarries, you mean Gulag, right? Yes. You can use them for your prisoners as well. Okay, now it's working correctly. Also resource train that just went by, but we also upgraded the engines for the resource trains to be as fast as our passenger trains, which with 70 kilometers an hour speed limit restrictions of the wooden tracks wasn't really that difficult. And building all of this train track with the early start rail construction vehicles, building tunnels with the early start rail construction vehicles is a painfully long affair. But it makes it all the more rewarding once it's actually done. We should celebrate by building an airfield. Sounds quite expensive. $200 workers waiting here. I guess I don't really need the waypoint, because it's all one way anyway. As soon as I take out this short section of track. It's a gift, and gifts are usually expensive. Make sure they get to the settlement. We need more workers in the iron mine. That's what they are going to do. If they get there in time, which they should. It's not too far away. But if we run into any space timing constraints, we could consider upgrading the train track to concrete, which would give us 30 kilometers an hour speed boost. With our current train that can run 100 kilometers. Right now we're running at most 70. I'm not sure if there's any faster steam locomotives. I mean, if we're going concrete track, we could have very fast trains running. Some to 120. Well, steam locomotive by speed, 155, 130. So the Polish PM3 can do 155, which is as fast as you can go, and a little bit extra on a concrete railway. Hasn't refueled yet. Why has the train not refueled yet? That's concerning. It's got fuel, coal. Didn't know Poland was this cracked. Yeah. We gotta check if the train will refuel on the second route. If the end station doesn't refuel, then that would be another bug report. Also, hello Captain Apollo, sorry for missing your message of some hot dogs. I don't know why hot dogs, but why not? That's a lot of workers we're transferring here now. I like it. Consistently more workers for the iron mine, I think, via our cableway station. Okay, you have run out of fuel. Great. So maybe the end stations don't refuel. Maybe the end stations are not functional right now. Would be a problem. We'll drop a save and see if they refuel. Walk of shame to the depot it is then. Well, it's still full speed, but full of like passengers. If it affects this train now too and it doesn't refuel, then yeah, that's not great. If it does refuel, then I guess we can work around it. But it could still run into the situation where it might run out of fuel, and that's pretty bad. I wonder if it refuels now what the limit is, if it's the same trigger as a normal refuel or if it's later. Usually end stations should always refuel the vehicles once they enter. In real life, don't they refuel when they run into a station, or that's for water only? I mean, they always need to be topped off on water, I guess. But I don't think it's for every station. I think they have to be on a proper path, like on a proper station for that. Like, not every station will have water supply, I guess. Come on, refuel. Nope. Looks like that's broken. Well, that's annoying, but I guess it is what it is. For now. Guess we're going to run them to the depot then. Until we can figure out what's wrong and or set up a coaling station on its path. Hooray. I don't want to hear it, Mega Monkey. I couldn't have known that. Anyway, as always, I'm going to call it, well, not as always, I'm going to call it, but I'm going to call it now. So as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm getting tired. No, Simon? No. We will see if there's anyone else playing Workers and Resources. There's 100 viewers. There's a lot of people playing Workers and Resources. Airfields tomorrow? Unlikely. Let's see. That's a follow-only chat. That doesn't work for me. I don't see another English stream then. What about you? 10 minutes already. Follow only. That's a very small screen. And it's a cat on stream. I don't know. I guess I'll... That stream is still, I think, follow or subscriber only. Oh no, they just ended the stream also. Yeah, follow only stream I want to avoid. I think that's a little bit annoying for people who want to interact with the streamer. I don't see anyone I can raid right now. So, you will probably have to find your own entertainment, unless I just raid somewhere randomly. I don't know who to raid. When my follower list is empty and I don't know who to raid, it's super annoying, but yeah. I'm sorry, I can't raid you anywhere. Anyone have any suggestions, I guess? I'm up for suggestions for a couple minutes as a raid target. Let's go to the most popular Captain of Industry streamer then. Colonel Will is a cool dude, but he's playing farming sim. Let me check. Colonel Will. That's a very weird farming simulator with a bulldozer. But sure, we'll do that. We'll raid Colonel Will. The channel is open for chatting, so it makes sense to do that. Like I said before, thank you very much for waiting. Thank you very much for watching. Why did I do an 8-hour stream on a work day? Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Take care everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.